And welcome back to the Blockchain Brew Show. I'm Trent, and today we're going to do something fun and chill for, whoa, test, test, checking. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Technical difficulties. Today we're going to be doing something fun and chill this Friday. We're just going to be hanging out watching the charts together. I'm going to be letting the 1 minute chart play in the background. I'm going to have some music on for you guys. And occasionally, me or maybe even Tyler will pop in here, do some TA, look at crypto Twitter, have some special crypto segments for you guys. We'll see what's going on in the space, but mostly we're gonna check out the charts together. I may even pop up the 1 second chart if the action is too boring, and we'll pop on the camera, a couple times throughout the day and even into this evening. Maybe we'll crack a couple beers, draw some lines on the chart together, and get ready for a weekend Bitcoin pump. Hopefully, we'll get one of those leading up to Sunday evening. We see a big breakout. So we're just going to look at the charts together and have a chill, relaxing, peaceful Friday full of some crypto zen. How does that sound? Go ahead and share my screen with you guys. Present, share screen. And
What up?
you were not on here. I didn't even know you were home.
What up, man? I was just gonna surprise you.
I know.
Yo, yo, yo. I gotta pull up everything though. You went live before I was ready. You tried ninja'd me. You try and make up for Wednesday. Now on my watch. Hell to the no.
What time did you get home?
Like half hour ago. Then I got some groceries, got gas. I took a giant poop. And I showered and I shaved. Babe, you need a bottle opener. What are you doing?
I have to get that open.
No, just no. Excuse me, Trent, for a second.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, get the heck out of here. Keep recording.
We popped up above $84,000 and then we got rejected right up here. For right now, since we're both on here, I'm gonna, the idea of this, just for anyone watching, was to, leave the 1 minute chart up all day and then just kind of pop in here on the stream with you guys when we can. I was gonna leave it up for like 8 hours, and I was going to consider putting the 1 second chart up, if things got really boring. But let me come back over here to TradingView and actually start drawing some lines. I'm gonna come off of the 1 minute chart, go back to the daily,
Trent.
and what?
There's no daily. Don't need to worry about the daily. Got me a Stella, Trent. Stella. Ooh. Don't even know her.
Yeah, I'm gonna crack something here too in a minute.
Dude, that's what it was, JG. That's what it was. Guys, don't forget to smash that like button. Get some likes up. Hit the bell for the subscribe. It's in the corners. All of them. I always try to go like that way, and I have a hard time going the opposite. I haven't figured out how to do it that way. There we go.
And where are we? Let's see here.
You do you. I'm gonna pull up the stuff.
So we are breaking this trend line right here that I was talking about.
Breaking down or breaking up?
Breaking up. Let me
I saw that too.
My 21 EMA. So guys, we are breaking the 21 EMA and this downtrending line of resistance here on the daily chart that I said last night. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, depending on how you want to call that, but definitely 5, 6, and now on the 7th retest of this blue downtrending line of resistance. We are breaking out. We're just waiting for the candle close today to confirm this. Over here in Pacific time, I think the candle closes at 5 p.m. I believe. So I do have this green horizontal line and this yellow horizontal line coming in here at some potential resistance points. If I bring my VRVP back up, you'll see that there is some volume, but honestly, the volume's not that much. It's nothing to write home about. Back here in November, we ripped through this area pretty fast. And then on the way back down, we fell through it pretty fast in late February. And then we did have some chop here to consolidate. So, I mean, honestly, when it's ready to break out, there's not a lot of trading history here to hold the price down. Now, this up here, this range where the point of control is, from $94,000 to $100K, that's going to be interesting to see if we find some resistance there and consolidate before we break past 100K again. But this range that we're in, this 84 to 90K range, I wouldn't, if we confirm this breakout today, I wouldn't be surprised.
What's Arthur Hayes think about it?
What's all the what?
Arthur Hayes thinks about today's price action.
You know what? I haven't found out. Let me look for a minute. I'm gonna type something in the comments and then I'll go look.
All right. Do you want me to pull up anything?
Sure. I mean,
want to get my thoughts on the market? I think we can have them both up at the same time. I think you just
really.
Yeah, I think so. Well, yeah. So like, there's mine, right? So I can remove yours, but keep yours on there and then add mine.
Oh, right. Yeah, we can't add both to stage at the same time, but yeah.
Yeah. Dun 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 dun. Superman. Alt H for support. Boom. We're gonna add a support line here. Trent said we are breaking out on the 2 hour. Was another key level. You're probably right there. So I think if we can break above this, we will be heading to 87 before we stop and take a breather. That is what I'm thinking. What? I just grabbed that by accident. Gosh dang it. Where did those belong to? I couldn't even do that again if I wanted to. What did I just grab that time? Stop grabbing the lines. Jeez, man. Jeez. Messing me up. Let's go back. Let's go back. All right. Well, we're at on the 4 hour. 4 hours still says we have momentum. Look at that divergence we were talking about yesterday, Trent. Playing out.
Yes.
Diverging up. And divergence is two things going the opposite direction. So it's not just the bottom blue oscillator wave that you were just looking at. Go to the daily. We have a green dot on the daily, which is great. And Trent, do we have larger divergence, or am I just seeing it? Because this
Oh
could
yeah,
technically,
that's bullish divergence on the daily. Yeah,
like
we've
hard.
been covering that pretty hard.
Yeah. And the weekly still hasn't clipped yet. Back over. We have 2 days, so we get some more price action. I wonder how it looks on the regular candles. Regular candles look like it's clipping. You see that? It looks like it wants to close in the positive.
Yeah.
Looking straight savage. I like to, it's a really good time frame. Jason Castro was using is the 24-minute. Kind of doing pretty good. I think we might take a little bit of a breather though. What do you think? You think we might come down here like this, go ooh, and kind of do this and bounce off that line that also is at the 82 before jumping back up?
Well,
down and go like wee before we see something like this to 87.
Yeah, I mean, just from the daily perspective too. I mean, I'll throw mine back up for just a second. We wanna confirm this close right here, and the thing about that,
Confirm on the daily.
yeah, and the thing about that is, that could mean that we're just gonna sort of hang out above this blue trend line for the next several hours and confirm that close above it. Hopefully we don't get pushed back down with a long upper wick right here and don't actually close above this blue line. That would be kind of
not great.
That would be a letdown. But
I don't think we'll get that though.
Right.
I think we bottomed. I think that was a bottom. I think you're right.
Look at the RSI down here. Right? It's flipped above this, the purple line is flipped above the yellow again, and it's sharp right now too. So I don't know. We have room to run on the daily with the RSI. Like, we have so much room to run until we get oversold. Overbought, I mean.
You know what's so funny is, like, when we look at the charts like this, Trent, I always crack up and at myself. I'm like, how did you not see that we were topping for a time? You look back, you're like, clearly we were going down for a downtrend, and you could clearly see it was probably going to last a couple months.
Yeah, hindsight is 2020, but
I know
it's okay. I'll throw you back on.
We've been going down since December, like from like May,
January 20th.
Almost to like. Well, because December wasn't really like an awesome month. That was like November was fire.
It was a good month that had some good things going on. You know what I mean? Bitcoin wasn't like. I
love daylight savings. Hell, absolutely not.
The daylight savings time permanently.
No,
well, crypto trades 24/7, so crypto does not care about a lot of things.
There you go, Hal. We might as well just keep it. Not broke, don't fix it. I'd like if we just kept fall back.
Yeah, I would prefer whichever one is darker for longer in the evening.
I prefer less dark. I like evening darkness because Have you ever tried driving a garbage truck when kids are trying to go to school and it's like 9 o'clock and everything's pitch black? Not super great, especially because they're kids and kids don't think. We've had them sit on top of our tailgates too, and they'll dare each other to like do dumb things. One time, my coworker, they were in a cul-de-sac of five kids, and it was like during summer break, and he was like, they disappeared, and he was counting them. That's how they teach us to check where the kids are at. And they were playing hide and go seek, and the 3-year-old was hiding in between the dual tires. Yeah, because he went and did a head check, and he's like, "There's only 4 of them." He's like, "Dude, I gotta go find the other one." And he was hide and seeking. He freaking would have moved the truck. He freaking would have could have squished him.
I'm gonna. Should I pitch the thing that we were talking about yesterday?
I don't remember
the 100 subscribers.
Oh yeah, but before you do that, if I was going to tell you that if we get these likes up to 10, I'll show a video of us throwing somebody out. The homeless thing. It's okay. Nobody. Well, we weren't hurt in the making of the film, but don't sleep in garbage cans on garbage day. My friend picked somebody up in Seattle, and all they saw was like a little white flag go like this out of like the top of the can. They were picking it up and saying like, "Hey, I'm in here."
What was I gonna say? Oh, so yeah, the 100 subs. I'm gonna pitch it just in case JG's still in here. We'll say it again often, but I think that what we're gonna do is we're gonna give away 100 ADA when we hit 100 subs. So
and with crypto going up, the 108 is gonna be worth more.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna buy the 100 ADA like today sometime, just so that I don't feel like I'm just so that it doesn't go up to like $1.50 and then I feel like I'm spending. It would still be well worth the investment though. But I think that's what we're gonna do, and I think to qualify, we're gonna want you guys to create a free BidFi account. The link is in the description below, and you log in. It's no KYC, no VPN, and you log in with your Google account. It's the easiest login to an exchange that I've ever done, and I've traded on Femex and I've traded on Bybit, and I think that you make your free account and then just share your ADA address, share your Cardano address inside of BidFi with us. So share your address and send us your BidFi user ID. And we will select from that pool of people to give away 100 ADA. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Nice.
I threw on the 1-minute chart.
Looks like, oh, cool. Looks like you got, I like that. That one looks cleaner than mine. I think it's because the Heikanashis probably.
I like Heikanashis.
It looks like you're at 9 likes. I'm gonna go grab a beer real quick too.
9 likes, one more. I have to go find a video of somebody getting thrown out. Really? Well, that guy's. It sounds like a Banco Republic company. That wasn't a waste management truck. There's no way on that, JG. Sometimes I want to though keep my truck open, and I go down an alley. I want to smash everybody's mirrors in on the alley. Just like that'll teach them a lesson. Stop parking on the. They park in the no parking zone, but they never get tickets, so they think it's okay. And on garbage day, it's absolutely horrendous. It's not my favorite thing. Though, so get this. I got done pulling my last candidate at 10:40, and then from 10:40 to 1:45 was triple time. because they needed me to go help. And I was like, you guys got it. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I was thinking about turning today into a 12-hour day, and anything after 1:45 is double time. But I was like, dude, this is good money. You think we're going to start flipping? I mean, look at this right here. We're starting at that oversold spot. Trying to see if we see any divergence coming in. See if it's going to clip. No divergence yet. Just convergence. Yeah, he was. Yeah, bro. The only time we've had to call the cops is usually if we throw somebody out in the garbage, because when they climb out, they have to be careful. That way it's not a liability issue. Oh, dude, that happens all the freaking time, bro. One of my best friends at work, he caught fire this last summer. He drove to the fire station and he told the fire department, well, I'm going to inject my load right in front of their station. They could hose it off. And they're like, no, don't do that. They didn't want to be blocked in the fire station with the stinky trash.
Did you just say eject my load?
Yeah.
Bro.
Inject my load. Push it out of the truck. You know what's funny too? Is I like garbage more than yard waste, because freaking yard waste stinks like dog crap. Garbage doesn't really stink, man. I mean, every now and again, dude, we get some pretty nasty things. You're like, bro, who threw that out? What was that? I had one time, I almost threw up. I've never thrown up, but it was like I was gagging so bad. Oh man, I don't even know what it was, but I was talking to one of my homies at the time, and they're like, dude, I gotta let you go, man. I can't listen to you gag. You know, the nastiest thing I've ever come across. You know, this isn't as nasty as you would think, but it's pretty funny. It's a funny, nasty story. On Valentine's Day, I was up in a very LGBT neighborhood, and I threw out the garbage, and like I just dumped my arm just slightly before, and I like spilled some of it on the ground. I was like, dang it. So I got out there and I was scooping it up, cleaning it, and I was still pretty new. I was in training. And I was like, hey, Adam, look at this. There was a packaging for an extra large, they called it dong. It was an extra large dong. You could use your imagination what a dong is. I said, that poor soul. No Valentine's gift.
Bringing back the foggier window. Little orange juice, orange peel, little pineapple, little pine on the back end.
Man, should you want me to go get my my Friday surprise for you?
I want you to pace yourself.
Pace myself, but it works really good with what I want to do. Because what type of foggy? That's monkish, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah.
Now it's not like my look. I have a new monkish that I just got, a triple IPA called Backpack Full of Cans, and
well, go get that one. That's fine.
I just poured this.
Yeah, well, just stick it in the fridge. It's fine.
No. And we're here for the 1 minute chart. Was this Friday surprise permitted on YouTube?
Oh yeah, it's not garbage related. Oh, I mean, maybe it is. It depends on how you want to look at it. Oh, yes, I should go get what I found for you guys. Okay,
yeah,
I'll go get it. Now you got me thinking. Okay,
do that. I'll look at.
I left it in my car. I have to go get it because I had got my car detailed, or the interior, because I had mold, and I got vinegar, and then cleaned it, and then stinky, and then got detailed. But long story short, it's in my car. I have to go grab it.
Go for it. Bitcoin. I'm gonna come down to the 1 minute chart. Well, you know what? I'm just gonna run down the time frames. Let's go to the 4 hour. And what I'm seeing here on the 4 hour is this makes me feel better. Okay. We've got the 21 EMA coming in here at this white line, looking like it's going to cross over the 50 EMA. Okay. So, every time that a smaller time frame crosses over a larger time frame, it's a bullish cross on the EMAs. Whenever a lower time frame flips under a larger time frame, it's a bearish cross. So we're looking at this 21 EMA, the white line crossing over the yellow line, the yellow squiggly line pretty soon. And that's positive. Not to mention on the 4 hour, we have this same downtrending blue line that I showed you on the daily chart, right? We got this blue line right here. Well, here's the same blue line on the 4 hour chart, and it looks like we've closed a 4 hour candle above that blue line, and we're, cooling off just a little bit. We, maybe in the next 4 hour candle, we might even retest the line, or we may just hold above it. And then we may not retest it until after the daily close. And the retest might not even touch it. The retest could actually just bounce off of the point of control on the 4 hour, or bounce off of one of these high volume nodes right here on the VRVP. Now, the other thing that I'm seeing is the 200 EMA on the 4 hour is coming in at $83,873. And the price tried to get above that level, and it's encountering some resistance pressure at that level. If we close above the if we close above the 200 EMA at $83,900, and we do that on the 4 hour, I think it's a very good sign for continued bullish movement on the daily. So that was the 4 hour for us. I'll come back down to the 1 hour, and the 1 hour, we're seeing a complete bullish flip on all of the EMAs, right? The 21 EMA is on top, which we want to see. The next, it should go in order, right? Look at what you see in an uptrend. I'm gonna go back. Okay, here's what you see in an uptrend. Talking about this area right here, right? The 21 is above the 50, which is above the 100, which is above the 200, right? You want to see them. You want to see the EMA, the squiggly lines, and I'm not talking about the top one right here. Just ignore that. I can't take it off of the screen without taking the 21 off of the screen as well. But the only thing that still needs to cross is that the green line right here, where my cursor is, the green line needs to flip the red line. The 100 EMA needs to flip the 200 EMA, and we're gonna have a bullish EMA flip on every time frame. And
every time frame, bullish EMA.
Now the RSI is a little overheated, on the 1 hour, but it's cooling off right here. It started to cool off already. So, we can be resetting right here on the 1 hour for some more bullish movement. Come down to the 15-minute, and yeah, we broke above the 21 EMA, and we're coming back down to retest it. We've broken under it, which shows me that we could come as far back as the back down to the yellow 50 moving average. But we could catch support at the top of this low volume node at 83,000 even. But again, this is just a 15-minute chart. It's not that consequential. So 82, probably, even the 100 down here, depending on what happens, anywhere from, I would call it this blue line actually. That's the same blue line that we have back here on the daily chart, right? This is the downtrending line of resistance. So coming back down to the 15-minute, I'm going to go ahead and say that we don't go any lower than that blue line. So just like this move back here, if you can see where my cursor is, just like this move right here, we could dip a little bit under the 50 EMA, but I don't see us getting below this blue line. So anywhere from about, let's say, 82,700 to 83,000 is where I think we find support right now. 7-minute. Okay. We've got this low volume node. This big low volume gap in the VPR, which means we could probably fall straight through it. And again, just like I said on the 15-minute, coming down to find support starting at $83,100 on the VRVP. And there's a big block of support right here. Could come as low as we could definitely come touch this 100 EMA on the 7-minute chart.
Can I answer when you're done JG's question? I want to throw some chart analytics.
Oh, yeah, go for it. I'm not seeing the comments up.
Oh, throw mine up. So should we pump Monday? Let's go into a little analysis to give that some structure. What do you say about that, Trent?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's have some fun. Let me play around for a second. Okay, so now it was interesting. Now this is just some sci-fi stuff just to think about. So I'm on Market Cipher right now, and we got this big green. I hate when it does that. Can I hide this? What is this? How do I get rid of these arrows? That works. So we got these big green dots on the bottom, right? Well, if you follow my the trend line up or my mouse up, you would have bought in right here. Yes, this is the 1 minute, so it's not like the 1 minute gives it as little faith as like a higher time frame. But if you bought this green dot down here, that's saying that time to buy, you would have bought in, boom, you would have been able to ride that up. Second green dot right here, you could have bought in right here, would not have gone up until the second one would have been giving the indication. Another green dot right here, you would have bought this, you would have bought in on this candle, boom, you could have rode that up as well. So I'm just building some backstory right now to where I'm going to lead into. We come down here, we got another big green dot on the bottom. You would have bought in on this candle on the 1 minute, boom, you could have rode that up. A lot of fun. Let's go farther back, keep testing it. Could have bought this one right here, would not have played out until like another 5-6 minutes later. You could have rode half of this up. What we got going on over here? This green dot over here would have bought right here, would have had a little bit of movement with the bearish wave kind of getting in your way, so you could have seen that, got out. Another green dot, big green dot on the bottom. Could have bought in right there. Boom, could have rode that up to right here, and then really rode that sucker all the way up to the top. Another green dot, there's a little bit of move. Another green dot, didn't play out. But as you can see, if the proper stop losses are in place with these green dots, you can. It's not about winning every trade. It's about trying to recognize patterns and consistency. And with proper leverage and risk management, you can actually use these green dots. It looks like even on the 1 minute and make money, which is what we want to do. So now let's go to a larger time frame real fast, because you asked if we can
You had me at make money.
make money. Let's go to a larger time frame because you asked if we can move Monday. So we got 2 green dots on the 12 hours, suggesting that we're in some sort of upward movement. With the VWAP going up, stochastics saying we're oversold and we're tilting upwards, with the blue oscillator wave inside of the darker blue one of the -5 to a -20, which is bullish. Excuse me. The only thing I think that is I'm a little nervous about is that the money flow isn't huge yet, but it is huge on other time frames. It just hasn't got here yet. On the 12 hour, which we want to see the green. Usually, when it's like just in the sliver and it's kind of trading the zero line, it's a little bit more risky. But also, we still have our green dots on the 16 hour. The daily, we haven't quite formed it, but it wants to. It's so close to forming that. If we could get a green dot on the daily, and then we'll probably close in the weekly with a green dot to get set up for another big run up. I can't remember where we're at in the monthly. The monthly's like The monthly's But the money flow is huge and thick, what we like. We like the thick money flow. And that's on the monthly. So yeah, I think it is possible for us to pump on Monday. Yes, I do have a Market Cipher subscription. We probably could get your referral link if you ever are interested in it, JG.
I was just saying in the comment right now that I had Lux Algo for a while. I loved Lux Algo. I'm gonna get it back. Right now, I have BitBoy's high IQ indicator. Look, it's not like he built it himself. Okay, the Trade Master Ninja team built it, and he markets it. Is what happens. I do. I mean, there's some things I like about it. There's some things that I don't. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to Lux Algo.
I haven't actually used Lux Algo, but it's something that I'm definitely interested in learning how to use.
Yeah.
One of the things I think is cool about Market Cipher is that a lot of people that you see like trade on YouTube use it. So it's a lot of things we can get pointers from other people. And this, you can shed some light on this too. But I know there's a Crypto Face who co-created Market Cipher. Market Cipher itself has tons of videos, as well as videos are being currently they're still not, I wouldn't say they're updating the script, but if you watch Crypto Face, he shows you new patterns that they've discovered throughout the years.
Yeah, I'm definitely going back to Lux Algo because I loved it. Right now, I'm enjoying a clean chart. Like, I'll add mine back to stage just for a second. Like, I'm enjoying a clean chart. Like, where I'm learning to draw my own lines, and for me, that was the next step in my charting journey. Was to look at a bear chart and use only free tools to assess the market, and doing that has made me learn more. I'm gonna be honest, and I think that now, going back to Lux Algo, I'm gonna get more out of it this time.
I'm thinking we're gonna, on the 1 minute real fast, Trent. I'm thinking we're gonna fall to 82,900 on the 1 minute, just because if you look at like the support lines that we had, that we were kind of like we were bing bonging in between this, then we started bing bonging in between this, and you can see right here we broke below it, and just and JG, if you don't know what yellow X's are, it means this funky business going on. Either if you're in a long, probably good time to get out, and either get out or put a short in. That's generally what yellow X's are, and they play out.
Doesn't CryptoFace say that it signals manipulation?
Yeah, But I mean, what is manipulation? He also uses some funky business. How do you know what manipulation is? So he uses a lot of funky business, or at least in the videos that the early ones he did, because when you see like massive amount of numbers and whales moving, they're playing whale games. It's basically what yellow X's are, and you don't want to be around yellow X's. I'll see if I can find you some other ones that are super fun to be a part of. Check out these right here, JG. These are blood diamonds, the big dots. Look at that. It says we're gonna drop. And an X is a signal for a short, and the tiny red dots are signal for bullish trends ending. So that doesn't necessarily mean a short, but here's a yellow X that was super mellow, but it's literally dropped as soon as it formed. Let's see if I can find another one. Look at this, another yellow X. It just tanks. Freaking hate yellow X's. And usually what a yellow X also means is like Bitcoin should go up, but the yellow X manipulated down. Here's another manipulation. Here's another manipulation. Like, yellow X's are no freaking joke. They do really well. That one didn't perform. You know, good. We don't want that one to go down. This one didn't either. That one didn't either. But if a yellow X and a green dot all in the same time window, yellow X will take precedence. So you could say get out with this yellow X, but you can start getting the green dot down here with the blue oscillator waves curving into each other and the money flow slowing down. You knew that we were probably going to have a run up, but we never fully left the red. And right here you could see a little tiny dot saying that we still have more movement to the downside. Did I interrupt you, Trent? I
No.
Sidetracked talking about yellow X's, trying to chase him down.
No, not at all. You're good.
Another yellow X, another yellow X. Well, they don't always play out, but yeah, like I said, the larger the time frame, more power the symbols will hold.
Got you.
You never see a yellow X and it goes up. It's always like, give it a couple candles and we'll see what happens. Yellow X on the daily are nasty. See if I can find any. Well, I guess that one wasn't that nasty. That one was not nasty at all.
Well, yeah. I mean, but if 8 or 9 out of 10 are,
well,
like,
also it depends on like the money flow too. You know, if you're in the green, it's saying there's a lot more fat it can cut off. You know what I mean? When it's deeper in the red, it's not as much fat.
Yeah. I like my meat with some fat on it. I'll be honest, personally, I DCA any subscription money into Bitcoin instead. I'm glad influencers and streamers have these tools. You know what? I get that sentiment.
I do too. You know how long I've had this tool for it, JG? Not as long as you would think. And when I first bought it, the first year I had it, I never used it because I didn't know what the heck I was doing. And let's just say I have a way of spending a lot of time looking it over, and I decided to put games down so I can follow the charts and actually learn how to use the tools. You know, the nice thing too, though, about it is that I can not have to follow influencers as much when it comes to the top. I always feel like influencers give me really good information, but when it comes to selling their money, I always feel like they tell me after the fact they sold. Oh, they don't tell you they're DCAing out while they're still pumping. Oh, we got to 11 likes. I guess I have to show a video in the garbage.
Real quick before you do. JG, I love, I'm just going to pop it on the screen if you don't mind. I love that sentiment because back in 2021, I felt the same way. I was bringing the trash vid. I felt the same way. I was like, look, any tool that I want to get, like, man, I just want to accumulate more assets. Like, I want more solid assets in my bags than I want to pay for, you know, a subscription or for some influencers, you know, special thing that they're offering or whatever. And like, don't hate the player, hate the game, right? Like, it's tough because, like, when we hit 500 subs, I absolutely plan on offering a
500
$3
XRP.
a $3 I don't know about that. A $3.99 a month subscription. But it's tough. Like, I get it, but I also get what you're saying completely. And part of the reason I'm even getting part of the reason that I'm gonna go back into my Lex Algo subscription is for the value of this channel, which is exactly what you're saying. You're glad that streamers have these tools because you can hop on every day and see what the indicators are saying without having to get the indicator yourself. And that's what I did in 2021. Every morning before BitBoy's live stream, I would tune in to Crypto Jeb because he was breaking down the charts and using Lex Algo. And every single day, I could see what Lex Algo was saying if I tuned into Jeb and watched his stream. So, yeah, I absolutely get what you're saying. Yeah.
How many candles is this? 11:29. What clock's still wrong?
Let's
that's almost an hour. No, yeah.
I have to leave for a second, closer to 4 and go pick Molly up. So let's see the trash video real quick.
Okay, well, I'll show you, but I have to show you tomorrow because I have to figure out how to get it from my phone onto my desktop onto YouTube. So it's gonna take a multi thing section.
That's all right. For right now, just I'll pause the music. Just like show us on your phone.
No, it's on my old phone.
Oh, got you. Well, at the very least,
show you what I found in the garbage.
Just describe it for us and show us what you found in the garbage.
A guy going into the garbage, going ah. There you go. All right, so this is what I found this week. It is pretty sweet. I say. Ugh. Yeah. Red Rider. It got a little wet in my car, but it's still good, man. Tip is not bent. I know it might look like that. Also, what made me grab it too? Check this out. There's a freaking medallion in it that says 1983. See if I can get it zoomed on in on it.
What does it say?
Well, it says 1983 right there, and it says Daisy MF Co. Red Rider. I looked this little thing up on eBay. It was like things like $80.
Dang.
There's like 2 or 3 of them I found. And I think the
I wonder why someone threw it away.
I don't know. Maybe it doesn't shoot. I have no idea. But I really like the stock. The stock is in great condition. The barrel is just a little dirty, but it's a BB gun. I mean, what more can you ask? I don't want to look down the hole and shoot your eye out, kid.
I have a neighbor that anytime I have a neighbor that, like, anytime I even think about throwing something away, he's like, "Oh, hey, I'll take that. I can use that." Yeah. I'm gonna pop your chart back up on the screen real quick. What time?
We got another yellow X too.
What time is your family stuff later?
I don't know, a couple hours, but Boston has a fever, so I might stay here with them, and Sarah might go, and then take the other 2, and then bring back food because food is good.
Yeah, well, like, regardless.
You ever get an Onyx coin? Sorry.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Regardless, like, even if both of us have to be off or whatever, like, I planned on just leaving this thing up here with music and the 1 minute chart playing. I might even, like, go to the 1 second chart if we both have to be off and put some rock music behind it.
let this time frame play out where I drew this line, and JG can watch it, track it, see if it goes straight to when we're supposed to hit the resistance. Do you know anything about the? I wonder if can I throw up another one, or if it'll let me. Oh, well, let me have to take mine down. You should look up crypto bubbles and open up real fast.
Oh, okay. I still have not used it myself. Shame
It's
on
better
me.
on the phone for sure.
Just cryptobubbles.com or what?
Yeah.
All right.
Hal, have you ever been to the dump? I feel like you haven't. You talk to the dump like it's a dirty place. It's the most glorious place ever.
Hey, Molly loves the dump. Molly says the dump is her favorite place.
Okay, so XCN on the bottom left. Why is XCN and XDC just above Bonk on to your left, I think, or right? Is in between Bonk and Curve Dow, the two larger bubbles. Are those related? And what is XCN?
I have no clue what XEN is. Also, you can see in the chat how much Molly loves the dump. And why is Fartcoin up 19%?
218% for the month. Have you not seen Fartcoin's chart? It is going wild.
The answer to that is good marketing and stupid people.
Trent, we're getting a breakout on the 1 minute.
Oh, on Bitcoin?
Yeah, but I looked away and I didn't see that we printed another green dot. See the green dot on the bottom?
Oh,
the little tiny one.
Hell yeah! Smash the like button for a breakout on the 1 minute.
Fartcoin's been pumping for like a week or a month straight. It's ridiculous, and I've seen like.
I'll tell you the moment when I knew Fartcoin was going to be a thing, and I should have bought some, but I don't know. Something about how I'm wired just keeps me from buying those things. It was in the last crypto influencer fight night in Dubai when BitBoy had his fight with Ansem, and I was watching the fight and commercials were popping on about Fartcoin. And that was the first time I ever heard of it. I was like, where
I know. I just have like this
from?
thing. Like I'm like, I shouldn't buy it, but sometimes I want to because it's pumping.
Yeah.
Did you see what's up? It's up 80% for the week.
Dang.
What is XEN?
I have no clue. I'll look at CoinMarketCap real quick. I won't throw it up. I'll just get an answer for you. XCN?
Yeah. It's called Onyx Coin. I swear Ben
Onyx
talked
Coin.
about this at one point in time. This oh my goodness, look at that pump on the 1 minute. I looked away. That green dot is playing out like fire. Oh. Hey Trent.
Almost $700 million market cap.
Dude,
I can't do it. I can't do it.
That's good. That's pretty good. You did one.
Onyx is an infrastructure for multi-asset, scalable, and I lost where I was at. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. Onyx is an infrastructure for multi-asset, scalable, and cryptographically secure ledger. Onyx functions as a blockchain-based technology that enhances financial ecosystems by enabling a more efficient and interconnected economy with a mission to develop cryptographic ledgers that optimize security, scalability, and usability. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, he bought Farcoin yesterday.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I understood what I just read. Look, I get what all of those words mean on their own, but what is this? Is it a layer one?
No.
Is it a,
Dude, I have no idea. Did you know that gold is up $100 today?
Nice.
Yeah, gold's up to 3,250.
Built on blockchain, the protocol almost. This is like a cross-chain sort of cross-chain liquidity. coordinate system, I guess. But is it its own chain? That's what this is not answering. If it's not its own chain, what is it? Oh, okay. Contracts. It's on Ethereum. Got you. So it's on top of Ethereum and it's, into cross-chain liquidity and stuff. So I would not be interested in it, but hey.
Frickin' let's go, bitty bit. See, is it cooling off now? I'm trying to look at it. And, the red wave is starting to curve up, but I don't know. I think it might take a couple knocks to break through. It's interesting to see it kind of stop right here. You see, this was a little resistance I had, which is also extra. Oh, there's a little bit of red. The white wave looks like it still has a little bit more to go there. It hasn't fully curved over. The bigger white waves at 29 and the darker waves at 22. They say when it gets into the 60s is kind of like the runaway train, and then it takes a couple tries to break through. No, there are. I was trying to move down. There is a little bit of divergence right here from right here to this green dot, and this X to this X. That could be why that it broke through. This is kind of fun because as you look at it, you start recognizing the patterns and what caused it to break through. Why did it not break through on the other two? Oh, that's why it didn't break through. Okay. The VWAP, when you get a snap like this up with the VWAP, typically you'll get a snap back to snap, like this one. Snap, back to reality. If you have a nice curvature around, it's a little slower. But you get these weird spikes, it goes snap. Jasmine's also up 20% today. Did you see that?
I did not see that. AJ is a Jasmine fangirl. I don't mean that in an insulting way. I just someone could call me an Ada fangirl.
I just know Jasmine was a coin that when I was working at Boeing, this is 4 years ago. And I remember Jasmine getting launched, and I had a friend, and Boeing has a bank inside the building, and he paid off his house with meme coins, but he would go to the bank every other week, so every 2 weeks, and he would get a loan for 15 grand, and he would throw into 100 shit coins, and then sell them when he's like, a couple of them will take off, and I'll make all my money back. But they said a couple of them won't, and so that's what he kept doing. He did that all bull run, and he did great. I was like, good for you, man. But he told me about Jasmine coin when it the week it launched, and I'm like, I should have bought that one. He told me about this other one that was rug pulled, and I was pissed off. I was like, why? I was like, you're an idiot. But now I'm all like, he's a genius. He was more advanced than me at that time.
Giving you a little swirl in the glass right now because I gotta kill this real quick, and then leave to go get Molly. Don't worry. I am under the driving limit, okay?
She said 2 minutes ago you need to come get her. How far away is she?
Less than 5 minutes. She doesn't.
She can walk. Come on, Molly. Dude, XEN is pumping still. What the hell is this coin? It's not even listed on all the exchanges yet.
Dude, you made me forget what I was about to say.
You said something about Molly walking.
Swirling.
Oh, that's all right. Swirling.
Yeah, I was just basically saying I'm going to swirl this in the glass because I'm about to kill it real quick. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Don't worry. I am under the... I'm
not drinking Sarah Lance. It's empty.
I'm under the driving limit. I watched this thing recently. I want to get an affiliate link for this. But I can't, for the life of me, I can't find the thing after I watched it. It's basically like a breathalyzer that shows you how, two people both did it, right? And it took one guy 7 Coors Lights to get to.
You should just go get Molly right now. The amount of time you're taking to explain that you're okay to try. You could have got her and came back.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm actually just gonna put this in the fridge and then kill it when I get back. And I will just stop my camera for a little bit.
And he's gone. Just
Oh,
like that's me. Oh, by the way, oh, you're back.
Do you want that? How's the music? Do you want it up or down?
No, it's fine. It makes me think of Mario Kart.
I'm just gonna give you a couple options real quick. Do you want
No, just go. Just go get it. By the time we go through all the options, you could be back. Just go. Trent said before he left that he was going to give me a case of beer. So you guys didn't hear him. Look at that. Right there, freaking JG. She popped up. And we get this little tiny red dot right here with the white oscillator wave curving back into itself. And the expansion of the money flow leaving with the VWAP. Coming right back down. That's what's happening. I mean, it's the 1 minute, so it's really hard to put all that faith in it, but I think we're coming back down. Yeah, you tell him, JG. You tell him. Watch him not come back. Knock on wood. You have him like get pulled over. That'd be terrible. Look at that, man. I told you it was coming back down. And if it falls through this little tiny support right here that we're at right now, it will fall to this right here. It is happening. I should be opening shorts with this with you guys on the 1 minute. That would be fun. It'd be fun if I can win money. If I lose money, it won't be as fun. Crypto Queen is in the house. She's talking about Buckazoids and JG. So, JG, a question for you. You don't know Buckazoids? We did a whole segment on it yesterday. How it's the Satoshi. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to pull it back up. Ah. Where was it at? All right, I think I found it. Okay, so I'll read it again. So Satoshi Nakamoto discovered Satoshi and Nakamoto. Okay, so recognized obviously the two names from Bitcoin. The Buckazoids community is set out to proving Buckazoids logo from the game Space Quest 4 was the origins of Bitcoin. They had done just this through Sierra Games developer Space Quest. Sierra Online was responsible for making the game called Sylph-Feed, available on the players in the USA. The game launched in 1986. One of the developers was named Satoshi, and here's a picture of him. The Sierra Gaming logo, Satoshi Iwasaki, and the post found in Sierra Gaming community. Now, his best friend in Sierra Gaming, we'll get into that. Interestingly enough, Satoshi disappeared in 2014. At that time, Hal Finney passed away. Now, this is where it gets weird. The developer named Rod Satoshi Nakamoto, had also worked for Sierra Games. Satoshi and Nakamoto were like super homies, and they worked for this game where it's the earliest date of the Bitcoin logo ever being created. And Satoshi disappeared the same time as Hal Finney died. Mr. Nakamoto's last known whereabouts in 2010 in Mesa, Arizona, 20 minutes away from where Hal Finney lived. These are no longer coincidences. Satoshi Nakamoto came together because of Space Quest and Buckazoids. Satoshi Nakamoto was a group of developers, not a single person. And that's the theory. There's a little bit more to it, but that's what I pulled up. Look at that, man. You even had a little bit of fake out right there. You can see that little bit of green. It was like, I can't even pull it up, I don't even think. It was right here, these 2 minutes. They're like, it's okay, it's good. And then we get a red X. Red X means put in a short. We're going down. Down like Donkey Town. Well, it's a case for a meme coin, yes. But the meme coin existed before that. The meme coin was created from that game because of the Bitcoin logo, and the game came out, was it 1986? Maybe 90s. I don't remember the article said Sierra Games was 1986 or not. And so it's the oldest Bitcoin ever that has oldest Bitcoin logo coin. Happy Friday, Nesquik. Friday. That means donut day. Oh, I looked away. Look at that. We had 2 red candles. Look at that oscillator wave. Oh, deep curvature. The white wave, to even get close to bullish, has to be in the blue wave. So we're at negative 50 to negative 34. That is bad zone. Gravy zone. As well, you got the stupid red wave giving you this dumb little fake out. We're ending. No, we're going down deeper into the blood. Look at that. We went from actually technically still oversold, but I still think we're going to come down farther. I do think that. As you tell, I drew this line right here to where the support where I think we're going to go. It's 15. Go to the 15-minute. Oh yes, it's looking very like we could go down to what I was thinking. Even look at the money flow curving down. Curving down. Oh, look at that divergence too on the 15-minute. Oh, this would have been a killer short. You know, you should never short Bitcoin, but still, I didn't even see it coming. Look at that. Easy short. If you shorted that, you'd be up. Frickin' was trying. I need him to grab me a measuring box. We can measure this. This it? Nope, that's profit loss. Risk versus reward. Is this one it? No. I don't know what this is. Oh. I have no idea what. Stop it. Go away. I don't know what that is. Don't touch that one. This is it. That's the fib. That's a fib. We don't do that one either. Is this it? The measuring tool. Yes, that's what I was looking for. Hey, you know what? If you could have saw that, divergence, you could be up. Put out that divergence, you could be up currently 1%. But if you used leverage at 10x, you could be up 7% on a trade, which would be a great trade. And it can currently keep going. Like I was saying, I think it might go to a total of 1.117%, which would be a total of 11%. Oh, I didn't see Hal say that. Peace out, Hal. Looking for my computer mouse on one of my screens. Goodbye. Guys, smash the like, hit the subscribe. And if you're interested in trading, check out BidFi. And if you need a cold wallet, check out the ledger over here. Over there. You can't see it, but I'm holding it. Come in and chill with the Brew Crew. So pie's up 7.8%. We can tell Trent to eat pie. He does not enjoy that coin. He hates it. Under up 10%. X. I just have a hard time buying Curve. I hope everybody who owns it does great, but just because Justin Sun had to bail them out because they were going under makes me a little nervous about it. Again, Jasmine's up 17%. Was that? No, it was still pumping a little bit. Last 2 hours up another 2%. Monk's up a little bit. Whoa. Did you know Orca, the trading platform, is up 59%? Like, what the heck? That's wild. I feel like XPR is a terrible name for a network because it feels like a knock on XRP, like it's trying to copy something that's not. That makes me nervous about it. JG, yes, are you back? ETH-Fi. Zeta chain. Oof. Ontology. I remember this coin on Voyager. You guys remember when peanut was $1.80? It's at 13 cents right now. Oof. Oh, we got another green dot. Does it want to pull through though? I can't even say if we have divergence. Technically, you can say a little bit, a very macro amount. And the red wave is just so deep. Oh. Still hasn't got to where I thought it was going to go, though. Ugh. Red wave is so thick. So thick, man. Dang, 1 minute. It's taken away from us. Even the 7 minute has a red dot saying the bullish momentum was ending, but it didn't really have any bullish momentum. And you even get a little bit of tiny divergence right here between there and there. Usually I like to have more, but you could technically say there's a little divergence. If they're saying that we're probably going to head back down. Gross. Just freaking gross. Can't we just have Bitcoin go up forever without stopping? Like, you know, it goes up today and goes down a little bit tomorrow. And it goes up today. Can we just have it straight up? Just money number go up. Yeah, and the 7 minutes is going to go down a little more. I'm almost sure we're going to come down to 8,300 on the dot before we like chill out. And the 24 minute has an X on it, which usually, you know, you could give yourself a couple candles later, and a couple candles you'll be right here. 1 candle out, 2 candles out, 3 candles out. By 5. Yeah, by 5 we could be down pretty significant. The X still on the 30 minute. Hasn't even formed on the 25 minute. Or on the 30 minute. Coming down. And there's also, I was going to say that's divergence. But this right here is definitely not a bullish pattern. It usually breaks down more than it breaks up. If it breaks up, it shoots up like crazy. But if it breaks down, well, then you're going to catch a downtrend. And not just that. You're blessed through this candle and this candle support. And now it actually closed below it. So now we'll go to at least this candle right here. Yeah, I think we'll go down a little longer. There's a little support on the 83,300. So there's a chance we won't get to what I thought down here. There's a possibility of that. And that when you look at it on a larger time frame, like the 1 hour, it looks more likely that we won't between these two candle volumes. Because you'll have to touch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, maybe, because there's a lot of volume down there. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry about Trent. Trent, you back? Oh, I thought I heard him back. I was just trying to make a joke. Dang it, Trent. I was trying to make a joke. Did I just spot some divergence that I wasn't even looking at? Oh, Molly's back, but she can't hear anything, so it's okay.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's divergence right there.
Yeah.
I'll show you where it's at. So do you see the big red one?
What big red one?
The big red candle?
No, but I just seen this giant divergence though on the 1 hour. You see that? Oh yeah, it's
Okay.
coming down. It is
Yeah.
coming down to Donkey Town to I'm calling it right now.
9.
Definitely for sure to 83.
89.
That's what I'm thinking.
I think it's gonna be 89.
What? No.
Trent, come back.
I told Trent he should make you walk, and he was like, "No, I'm not doing that. I would never
Make
do
me
that."
walk? That's like 5 miles.
He said it was like 5 minutes.
Yeah, like 5 miles. Well, it's not 5 miles.
Well, you gonna drive 60 miles an hour for 5
like
miles?
2 miles, I think, away.
Man, you should
He's
get
coming
an
right
electric
now.
scooter. I got an electric scooter, and it's awesome.
Dang, that sounds awesome.
No, it's so cool. It goes 27 miles an hour.
27?
Yeah. And it goes for like 150 miles.
Oh my God.
Charge. It's sweet.
Where'd you get it?
I bought it on my last one I got from Costco, and that one did 20 miles an hour.
Okay.
50 miles, but this one I got on my scooter guide. So you can look at all the statistics and stuff.
I've looked at the ones at Costco.
Costco ones are cool. My scooter guide, if you don't want, I would go Costco for the warranty. But besides that, my scooter guide has way cooler scooters.
Oh my gosh.
They're way better. Like, you want a big base, and you can have an adjustable seat. You can have a headlight, a little bell.
Oh my gosh.
It goes faster. I got like a little digital speedometer. Oh, it is so sweet.
We almost got one. We were thinking about getting one for the boys. Vanessa's here. And so Vanessa lives, did you know Nesquik lives like 6 houses down from us?
Yes, I knew that.
So we were going to get one so that we could ride it back and forth, or the boys could ride it back and forth, or we could here and there.
It's worth it. No, it's totally. That's how me and Sarah got the 2 from Costco, and that's how we got started. And it was so sweet.
Dang. All right. Well, I'm going to bring Trent back in here.
Wait, where did he go?
He said he was looking for GJ.
He told me he had to poop, so.
I'm just kidding. Sorry, JG.
Did you do it backwards?
Yeah, no, I did it on purpose, backwards.
Oh.
Because I was quoting Trent.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
No, I was quoting Trent. I was acting like I was acting like I was quoting Trent.
Yeah, I did forget the one thing is that you guys live in the desert, so if you do scooter, you guys will be fried.
Okay, whatever. Okay, but here's the thing. It's only bad weather in June and July and August. Like June, July, and August are literally our winter.
Outside. It's only bad weather the 3 months that you want to be outside.
No, but guess what? We want to be outside August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. We get the rest of the year.
No, in misery.
Not in misery. It's not bad. It's like I literally
get sand and dirt. At least we get trees and water, and we have snow. Do you want snow? Have you ever seen snow?
I grew up in Ohio, my guy.
Gosh.
Listen,
Molly was already like 24 when she moved here.
Yes. I've experienced it all. I'm cultured.
Cultured? Yeah. Well, what's green beans?
Green beans?
Yeah. You don't have green beans in Ohio.
Yes, we do. Are you kidding me?
No, you only got corn.
Oh. And soybeans.
Yeah. No wonder why you have so many fantastic people in Ohio.
He was trying to say soy boy. Were you trying to say soy boy?
I wasn't trying to say anything.
Right. Well, I'm going to give you back to Trent.
Wow, that's a terrible thing to say. I feel insulted that you called me a soy boy.
I didn't call you a soy boy.
That's not what I heard. You said he's trying to say, and he's just trying to say soy boy.
He's trying to say soy boy.
Yeah, you're turning your head. You know it's true now.
No, now I'm flustered. What's snow? Okay, you want to talk about someone? Hold on, just a second. You want to talk about somebody who only knows the desert? It's Vanessa. It's Nesquik. Have you ever seen the movie Aaron Brockovich?
No.
Okay.
I don't watch terrible movies.
Okay. So Aaron Brockovich is about the Hinkley water crisis, where they found chromium-6 in the water.
What is chromium-6? This sounds like a sci-fi movie.
It's jet fuel. And so, like, everybody who... I feel like, Vanessa, tell me to stop if you want me to stop. But everybody who, like, they found it in the water. And so, like, a lot of people were getting really sick, getting a lot of weird, like, things happening to them. Vanessa was one of those people. She has nothing wrong with her, obviously. But she was one of the people that were affected. So now she's rich. She said she glows. Yeah, she does. If you take her outside and you, like, crack her ribs and shake her up, she turns green.
Why do you have to crack your ribs?
I was trying to make, like, a joke, like she's like a glow stick. Like,
oh.
But no, for real, it's a real thing. And they like the government gave like a bunch of settlements to all these people. So sometimes you'll see like huge houses out there because they just still live out there. Vanessa's mom lives out there though.
Why don't they just use filtered water?
Because it was seeping into the to the soil.
Well,
and like
it's
I don't think you can like filter out chromium-6. Can you even? We don't drink the water in Barstow even. That's how close we are to Hinkley.
Well,
it makes me think of when I went to you guys ever been to the ocean?
This is getting really exaggerated.
Okay, you want to know? Okay,
this is getting really exaggerated.
You ever been to the ocean?
Shrink grew up here too.
It is unrelated.
I'm kidding.
Hey, you ever been to the ocean though?
Yes.
Well, the Washington Ocean?
No.
As you get closer and closer, all the water tastes like aluminum foil.
Are you being honest?
Oh yeah. I mean, we were going out there and I was crapping at each restaurant. I'm like, yeah, that last restaurant's water tasted like shit. And they're like, oh yeah, our water tastes fine. I didn't drink it. I was like, listen, I can't drink this. It's so bad. And so you have to bring like bottles of water with you, otherwise you'll drink because all the pipes are coated with like aluminum or copper or something. The salt damaged them. So you drink water from any place, it tastes like crap.
Ew. Do you guys do like? Is it mussel hunting or clam hunting over there?
We have it all. But
well, where they
a lot of people like to go razor clam hunting
down into the sand.
Yeah, you can do that. We got everything. Those are called razor clams.
Yes.
We also have gooey ducks too.
What is it?
A gooey duck.
What? How do you do that?
That's like the world's biggest clam. they're worth like $100 or $200 a clam.
Show me. Like, is it like this big?
Wait, are we on YouTube?
Yeah.
That's a huge clam.
No, that's how round it is.
Whoa, that's how round it is.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's like this.
They go.
Oh, so you're saying like this thick, but it like so if I was
have Trent look up gooey duck.
It'd be like this. It'd be like.
Yeah, it's huge, and you gotta go after them, especially in the dirt, because they're like rockets. They poof. They'll take off. You'll never catch them if you don't do it right.
Oh. Okay, I'll let Trent get back in here.
Wait, you didn't look up gooey ducks.
Okay, well, if you want me to. I just figured you guys want to start talking about crypto. Gooey, Gooey?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not appropriate.
What'd you look up?
Okay, hold on. That's crazy.
We also have a beach.
Can I share this tab instead?
Yeah.
We also have a beach called Ruby Beach where it just looks like there's rubies all over it.
I've seen that on Instagram. I have to add it to the stage. Like this?
Mm-hmm.
If I click it?
Yeah.
That's what it is. This is what they are. That's huge. That looks like a big old sea snail.
Yeah, those are teeny. Those are teeny ones.
Look at that one. The giant clam challenge.
Yeah.
Wait a second. What's that one doing?
They spit.
Oh boy. Oh yeah, to
When
get
you-
back down in there, huh?
Yeah, if you step next to them, they'll spit on you.
Oh boy. Why do you guys go to the beach out there then?
Well, just don't step on them. You can see them.
We have these things out here that look like big old fleas in the sand. Do you guys have those too?
We
They're
don't
like
have
this big.
sand.
You just said they spit sand at you.
Yeah,
Well,
the
no.
ocean. You guys live in the desert.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, it's in the sand at it's sand at the beach.
You talking about sand fleas?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we have sand fleas.
Which one is
We got crabs. And
crab?
jellyfish.
You guys have king crabs? You have the big ones?
We got everything.
Oh boy. Well, Trent's gonna tell you what some of those lines mean. I'll see you guys later.
Where you going?
I'm leaving because Trent's back.
Well, he can still come on. You
I was a substitute teacher for the day
Oh, I was a garbage man.
for Trent. I'm just kidding. Not for the day. I was an actual teacher for the day.
I was a garbage man for the day.
Anything crazy happen?
I flipped somebody off.
What? What? Can't they report you in the app?
Oh, I made sure you couldn't see.
You went.
No, I waited for him to turn because he didn't use his turn signal. I was waiting to come a garbage truck. You know, we have to let everyone go through because we take a lot of space. And I could have went, but he didn't use his turn signal. And then after all the cars went, he's like, "Shh." I was like, "You motherfucker, I'm in a hurry."
Mother fricker.
Yeah, why didn't you use the signal? What a jack-alope. Everybody should use their signal.
You know who doesn't?
Vanessa?
No. Trent doesn't use his turn
No,
signal at
I
all.
use my signal.
Yeah, I rode with him. He almost killed me twice. It's okay, because I'm a garbage man. I had eyes everywhere.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. You're like, I got eyes everywhere. I remember that.
I do.
That's so funny. She
Can't
said,
help
"Oop,
it.
I'm caught." That's funny. Oh my gosh. Hey, I have a question though. I was thinking about this on Monday. When you guys are picking up garbage, do you want us to go around you, or do you want us to wait behind you and just kind of like track with you to get up the street?
Do you like it when people tailgate you?
No, I don't know. Okay, I know, but like, I don't know if it's like a bus where you're supposed to stop when they stop.
No.
No. Okay.
Don't stop. Go. Just go. No, don't fart around me. Go do your thing. Just go. Go. It's okay.
fine.
Just don't be a dumbass doing it and going over a double yellow when there's a car coming straight at you.
I'm talking
about
residential street, like our street.
I don't care if there's a double yellow. Just don't go when somebody else is coming at you because I don't want to see somebody die.
Yeah. Okay.
That happened before. Well, not really. No one died. But like, I was taking a right turn into my shop, and my friend took the right, and then as I took a right, the lady was taking some dude was taking a left across 2 lanes, and somebody was going straight, and then bam, I drove straight into him. I got it on camera in my truck, and they were trying to say this girl, she was like 17 years old probably, and they were trying to say it was her fault for going straight. And I was like, no, you crossed a double lane with blindly assuming nobody else is in the other lane. That is on you. It's not on the teenage girl. I'm like, I have video footage of it, Jack.
Why has like JG and Tyler teamed up against me about Ada? This is a conspiracy. It's okay though.
It's not conspiracy. Everybody knows Ada is a meme coin.
It's okay though. You guys are gonna see.
Have you seen Ada do anything?
Here on the Blockchain Brew Show.
It's a meme coin like Bonk. It has its own ecosystem.
It's hard for an XRP boy. Let's showcase that one. Is it? Put in the comments how hard it is for an XRP boy. It is dead. Because Vanessa made Charles Hoskinson mad that one time.
Charles doesn't like Ada jokes.
Yeah, that's true.
He doesn't even like Ada gang. Which, in his defense, if I put my life's work into something, I wouldn't appreciate other people's sense of humor.
Yeah, I feel it.
I just like messing with Trent.
All right, well. Trent?
Yep.
Center stage. Bye, Tyler. Is Sarah right there?
No, she's in the other room hiding.
Oh. Bye, Sarah.
I'll go tell you what you said bye.
You don't have to go tell her. He said I'll go tell her you say bye.
I had to go pee, but I need to go tell her too.
Oh, okay, I got you. What one do you want up? I'm trying to think of never mind. All right. Bye, Vanessa. Bye, JG. See you girls later.
All right, back to the charts. I got my last little bit of this foggier window here that I'm gonna crush, and I'll wait probably exactly I don't know, 5-10 more minutes before I open my next one.
Imagine my surprise getting a notification and you're just like,
So, what did I miss? Let's see. Oh, outside. Coming back over here to Trading View. We're on the 7-minute chart. That's where I left you guys off. What did I say? Look at this.
You said
it. Look at this. I just got done telling us before I left earlier that we were coming down to the 100 EMA. You know, we may come down here to 82.9 to the top of this low volume node. But guys, we are not. Look, I don't want to believe that we're going back under this blue line. Okay. Now if we come back down to the 1 minute. Bam! Reversal on the 1 minute. Look at that. Look at that. We've been cooling off. This is confluence, guys, with the higher time frames. We've been cooling off. Look at how low we got on the RSI. I don't like how high we're already getting on the RSI, but that's fine. We've got some room to go. Look at how high it got over here. But we're flipping the 1 minute now we're flipping the 1 minute is flipping the 21 EMA. Now, I learned this from Crypto Lifer, but when the 1 minute flips the 200 EMA, it's a good time to go long if the higher time frames confirm your bias, and you know, if you have proper risk to reward ratio and you have your stop loss set. So we could look for the 1 minute to get above $83,500 and put in a long there. So, how you feeling?
Me?
What did I miss while I was gone?
I cracked another beer, and you should get one too.
Okay, that's fine. I can do that. But what did I miss? What did Bitcoin do while I was gone? Well, I just showed what it did, but what did you
I'll
guys
show
talk about?
you on my end. On my end, that's what we're looking at. Divergence again, and we're breaking. Actually, divergence like that. We're breaking out again. It's really hard to keep up with the 1 minute because so much happens so fast.
Yeah.
Look at that. We snapped up. We'll probably end up snapping back down a little bit. And I looked at the 1 hour trend, and I was like, I'm pretty sure we're going to come down before we go up. And also, I we pointed this one out. There was a bigger divergence right up here, if you can see that. So it's a divergence within a divergence.
Well, that's
so
a little bit
diverging down.
bearish divergence.
Yes, it is bearish. It's a bearish one. You can see it from right here. I drove a bigger bearish. So I thinking that also we're still in the green, but that's kind of what could bring us out of it slowly. So I think we'll probably come back down to like 82 in the course of 12 hours.
Well, let me.
Which is not huge because
Yeah.
we can move $6,000 in 2.5 minutes on tariff news.
Right. Well, where's my blue line? Let me come over here to the 7-minute. My blue line is at 82.5. I don't think we're gonna go below that unless we wick.
I totally believe in wicks. I think we could wick.
Yeah, but I think we're closing higher time frame candles above this blue line is my point. The daily.
What's the blue line at? Like, what's the blue line you were just looking at before that?
About like, so for the daily chart, it looks like 82. Well, 82.9. But we're about to close that. We're about to close that candle though in the next half hour.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just think the divergence was going to play out somehow. I mean, even look at the waves. See the waves?
Right.
They're like, oh, you can't see my waves. I'm going to hide yours real fast. So you see, we got the big, thick waves, and then we have to get tight again. And once we get tight, we go up. And now we're like super thick. I think we have to get tight, maybe like around here. And then I think we can have enough to go up again.
JG, that's the most exciting thing that I've read in a long time.
Just tell your wife to text you more.
Yeah, I do. I gotta throw that up on the screen for a minute. What a comment. Ada could surprise. I think Charles should go on an exogenous testosterone-fueled quest. Well, hey. I gave you too much control over this live stream. I think Charles could go on an exogenous testosterone-fueled quest to become the richest sports car driving crypto fuck machine in the world. That would make me bullish about Ada.
Ebadio, what up, man?
What's up, Ebadio?
See, yes, you're right. One tweet or truth from Trump will make it dump or pump. But when it dumps, you buy. When it pumps, you hold and never sell.
Yeah, right. At the same time, though, show me the charts and I'll show you the news. So, like, if we close this candle above that blue line, let me throw myself.
Well,
back
also
on.
to take this into consideration too, Trent. What was I saying? The bad news about tariffs is probably over with. So now it's only gonna be the good news about tariffs. Trent, if you're interested in playing poker, anybody on the live stream, Flute Alliance is having a poker game in 15 minutes. And if you join the Discord and hold a V1 or V2 alien, you're verified. First prize is $300, second prize $200, and third prize is $100.
Are you playing?
I will probably put in yes. I mean, I am kind of the manager.
Right.
It's like non-sportsmanlike if I don't, right?
Yeah. Well, it's 15 minutes from right now.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
22.
Huh?
It starts at 5, but there's also late entries.
Oh, okay. Well, what I'm saying is, do you have to hop off to do it, or
no?
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Do you have an alien?
I do.
Are you in the Discord?
I'm not.
Why?
I have 2 aliens.
I thought we're friends.
We are. I have 2 aliens. I have Jupiter and Saturn.
Oh.
But I have I have the cheap ones.
Well, that's okay. I have the biggest, most expensive ones you can have, and I had $45,000 in debt because of it.
Oh.
I'd rather trade you your positions right now and say I have the cheap ones and say I got the really cool ones that I can't sell because nobody's gonna buy them.
Bro.
Yeah. Hey, you should go pop your beer.
Okay, all right. Be right back. BRB.
He'll be
hold
back.
on. One thing though, just for eBaudio, because he hopped in. I will say that we're closing this daily candle here in the next half hour, and the 1 minute chart is moving back up. Look at that. The 1 minute chart could flip the 200 EMA, which means you could go long and scalp yourself a little bit of money. But it also means that I don't think that we're going to go, like, we're going to close this candle today above that blue line. How bullish is that? The 1 minute is showing us, what's going to happen to
I'll be right back.
the daily chart on this blue line. So, guys, I'm hoping for the best as well. I'm long. Yeah, like as long as you're long, no pun intended, with good risk management, we could close this daily candle above the blue line, and then the next candle could still dip under it for a bit. But I think 8 times out of 10, 7 or 8 times out of 10, I think that the next candle would just be a wick below the blue line, and we would still hold up. I mean, look at these bullish divergences on the chart, and it's time. It's time. I really believe that it's time for the money printer to come back on. Inflation came in. The CPI inflation data came in underneath the Fed's projections. We came in at 2.4% when the projection was 2.5%, and that's incredibly bullish. It's one step closer to the Federal Reserve turning the money printer back. Well, sorry. It's one step closer to the Federal Reserve cutting interest rates again, which is one step closer to the Fed printing money again. And, every altcoin season, to be fair, we've only really had 2 altcoin seasons, right, in a bull run, 2017 and 2021. But both of those altcoin seasons converged with a time of quantitative easing. Both of those altcoin seasons tracked along with a time of money printing. And, I think that if we don't get the money printing, we're still going to get the altcoin season. It just won't be as big, right? So from a macro perspective, that's what we're watching out for. If we get quantitative easing, if we get the return of the money printer, we get a bigger altcoin season. And right now, the inflation data and the tariffs and the even though the tariffs have been bearish in the short term, the recession fears combined with the inflation data is showing us that we're going to get the money printing, we're going to get the quantitative easing, and we're going to get an altcoin season. We're going to get a big one. It might not be the biggest one. We have to factor in diminishing returns, but we're going to get it, and we need to take advantage of it over the next 8 months or so when it comes. So that's what I'm seeing. And my dog wants to say hi to the stream. Ranger Cam. Ranger, what do you have to say about the charts?
Ebadio, do you think we're gonna have one more pump up, or do you think it's gonna be like an extended cycle? If you're bullish, if I'm reading your message right.
I just got done literally 15 seconds ago talking about quantitative easing, altcoin season, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a bigger too than normal. Traditionally, we're 40%. I think we're on track for like 50 or 60%. Bitcoin dominance overflow. Wow. Is that gonna pump? Is that gonna dump? We might have topped out in the 1 minute before we hit where we were supposed to touch.
That's fine though, as long as we as long as we finish above that blue line.
Well, I did also say I did notice too before that we were. I said 83,000, but then I saw a second trend line at 82 or not 82, 83,200. Also, Trent, we also have a double bottom on the 1 minute. If you see, see a double bottom on the 1 minute.
Yeah.
And we are really pretty close to where I was thinking. When we are oversold, I can't say we're not coming back down, but it's looking pretty. I mean, the last 15 minutes have been pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even care if we go back down. I just care that we don't go back down in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah. So did you grab your brewski?
Oh, I'll go right now. You were gone, so I didn't want to be.
Both gone at the same time. I had to get the poker thing rocking and rolling.
Oh yeah. Cool deal. Yeah, I mean, if you need to black your screen for a little bit, it's cool too. Like, I've just committed at this point because, like, I'm curious about it as a test. Even if we both black our screens, like, at some point, I want to leave this up till, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 p.m. tonight, even if I play the 1 second chart with some rock music behind it and both of our screens are black. Like, here's the reason why. Especially if I do the 1 second chart. I have to upgrade my trading view plan to do it though. But like who wants to pay the upgraded trading view plan to see the 1 second chart? Most people can't see that. But if they can log on to YouTube and see it, and I have it just freaking rolling with some rock music in the background.
With some market cipher on there. That way they can use the indicator by just going over there.
Right. Yeah. Because, there's an 80K subbed channel that does that. It's, what is it called? It's just called Bitcoin Live or something on YouTube, 80K subs. All it ever is just the chart. And it's kind of lame too. You just hear it kind of binging and bopping. There's no.
It was 1986
music or whatever. Ebadio said, "I feel if it happens, it will be extended."
Baby, we already have 13 people.
You mean like maybe I missed this. You mean if we get an altcoin season, or if we get
I think he's saying if we get another top, it will be extended, like an extended bull run.
Well, I'm of the opinion that we can go into Q1 of 2026 without breaking the 4-year cycle, without having to call it a super cycle. So, it may extend a little bit, but I really think we'd have to go into Q2 of next year in order to really depart from the 4-year cycle and start considering a change of regularly scheduled programming, so to speak. You know. So you can let us know what you think about that, and I'll go grab another beer. Are you muted? Oh, got you. Let me see here. 4 hour. Yeah, we're retesting this blue line if I'm still up on Trading View. Oh no, I'll add myself. We're still above this blue line on the 4 hour. And that 21 EMA right here is still preparing to cross the 50. So we only got 10 minutes left till the close of the daily candle. So we're doing it.
Trent.
Yeah.
All right. So, what type of beer did you grab?
Oh, I didn't hop off yet because you were muted.
Okay. Well, I'll let you run real quick. I'll stay.
Okay, got you.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. How many Mississippis is it gonna be for Trent to get back? E-Badio. That sounds like Ray Dalio. You want to say Ray Dalio? You sound fancy. Fancy man. It is funny. I don't know if JG is still here or not, but we were talking earlier how. I'll pull this chart down. We were talking earlier on the 1 minute how we formed this line like you couldn't break above it earlier. Then we dropped down. Couldn't get above this, but we came back down, formed a double bottom, which gave us enough momentum with the divergence to break up. So then we break up, but now we're stuck right in this area. Well, I was talking, that green candle formed. Now we'll see. We'll see. It has to break above it. And there's a little bit of range. It has the most resistance on the 1 minute. Oh, I can pumping. Now we got a green dot. Is it gonna do it? Is it gonna pump? You know, I think it could keep ripping too. I think so. I think the 4-year cycles have altered and they're not quite the same. Because I feel like we should have sold in May and walked away, and that should have been the top. But from the Bitcoin rainbow chart and everything else going on, I just doesn't feel like the top, especially the dominance so high on everything.
I've never understood the sentiment where the top should have come in May, like a quarter to top. Like what, things change by a month or so in the 4 years. They don't like.
My Bitcoin top is, I think eBadio is between 140 and 180K. I think 140 should be like the standard, but we can rip $10,000 in a day, and at 110,000 we could do that. So I'm thinking when we get to like 140, we might see a wick to 180 for like a week or two. What do you got for us, Trent? What type of monkish is this? Is it monkish, right?
No, this is another Otter Romp.
Otter Romp.
It's another Pure Project Humble Sea collab. I've got a couple hard hitters in there that I haven't shown you guys yet, but I'm waiting till a normal stream, I think, to bring those out.
I'm gonna bring out a hard hitter for you. I've been saving this one. You ready?
Dang. Okay.
What's it say?
So, I can't get the top word, but something monk. Stupid monk.
I thought it was perfect because you're monkish beer. stupid monk.
Hey, Ebadio, you're a Humble Sea dude. That's what's up. I used to get a box of Humble Sea shipped to my house every month. Back in the day, me and a friend of mine love Humble Sea. I love Pure Project too in San Diego, so I tend to hit up Pure Project whenever I'm down there. So seeing hold on real quick. Seeing a Humble Sea Pure Project collab is pretty dope. Yeah, dude, Humble Sea is the business. If you ever have a chance to pick up some monkish, you'll love it. You must be in California, right, Ebadia? Like if you know what socks and sandals is and all that.
Well, also Trent too. So I was going to finish off with this. So this is a triple horn brewery, and it's a Belgian style triple ale, 500 milliliters at 9%.
Dang.
Wanted to finish that off. It's a bottle. I'm drinking it out of the bottle because that's how pros do it. He's the Bay Area. Wax top, Trent. Wax is the wax. I don't mind watching Seeker's Bay, but I think he would have more fun.
Humble Sea's can art is on another level, you know.
Smells like. You know what it smells like? I don't drink a lot of Belgian ales or ales in general, but it smells just like soy sauce. You know, I'm talking. That's what it smells like. It smells like soy sauce. I love the smell of soy sauce and rice. Cheers to Bitcoin going higher.
Straight out of the bottle and everything.
That's good.
I'm a fan of you know, even though I'm like, even though I'm on this stuff all the time, like I am a fan of Belgian beers, Belgian styles.
Wow.
You know, those older European styles, like, you know, they hit from time to time. They're just not my everyday.
Wow, that's good, dude. I'm trying to figure out how to describe it.
Well, you know, that one's called Stupid Monk. You know, the thing about Belgian beers is that the Belgian style was produced by Trappist monks in the early during the Middle Ages, right? And you know, monkish brewing companies started out. Show you the monkish right there. See, they started out doing mostly Belgian styles, and they even had a sign up in the brewery that said "Never Hazy" or something like that, because it was trendy, and they didn't want to just go with the trend. And then, you know, they finally like kind of caved in and started making them, and they got so good at making them that the people kind of just demanded that they keep making them, and so monkish turned into like mostly a hazy thing. But it didn't start that way. It started as a Belgian style, and to this day they still make some great Belgian style stuff. They have a beer called the Feminist, which is a Belgian triple. It's fire.
It kind of tastes like, it has like the ale like softness, kind of like aftertaste, but it almost tastes like, I want to say almost like an apple cider, but not like a cider. It, like, I don't know how to describe it. It's very soft. Ciders are super sweet. This is like the apple flavor without the sugar almost. But it almost tastes like it has, like, you can taste the hops.
Yeah.
Hops taste good. Triple ale. Wow, it is phenomenal. So what do you think, Ebadio, about Kevin O'Leary going on NBC saying that he does business with China and he thinks that they should increase tariffs to 400% because the Chinese people are good, but the government is he said they steal and cheat the system to take
Dude,
advantage.
you said Kevin O'Leary, and I thought you were going a different direction for a second.
Oh, well, I think Kevin O'Leary's straight.
He also said he would hire SBF. Really?
That's true. Yeah, he did say that.
Dude, that's the first I'm hearing about that.
He did say that.
What did he say?
Oh, this was a long time ago, but he said he'd still hire the guy. but he owned a lot of FTX, so I mean, that just makes his money go up.
Remember in like 2023 or something? That's a good point because he was a good trader. Yeah. Was he trading though? Was he the one doing the trading? I don't know. He probably was. He's weirdly smart like that. You know, he's one of those people. He's one of those guys that's so smart that he's socially awkward. I don't know.
You ever see him stream and he's never wears pants when he's behind the screen in the background? He's always in like shorts.
How can you tell?
But then because he always does a side version too, so you can see it. He's wearing shorts. Sorry, the game just started.
Remember back in like 22 or 23 when Kevin O'Leary called BitBoy that crypto bozo guy? I was like, dude.
Crypto bozo guy, yeah, I do remember that. And then
yeah.
BitBoy was all mad and was going to go yell at him, but then he saw him on the street and he's like, "All right, we got along actually." You remember?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie though. Those streams were fire during that time from Ben. Like,
yeah, those are good times classics.
He was so smart. He didn't even stop losses. Man, so 2022 was the first bear market that I
Wait, who was a good trader? Who's he saying he was a good trader that used stop losses?
SBF.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Right. I mean, 2022 was the first bear market that I lived through. Like, obviously, I got into the market January of 2021. The last week of January in 2021, I bought Bitcoin for the first time. And man, the way, yeah.
Do you still hold that Bitcoin?
Negative. What I did, look, I told a little bit about this before, but there's probably someone on here that didn't hear me say this because we're so small. Like at the very end of 2020, like I went on finance YouTube, trying to figure out how to save money, better my finances. I was watching videos about how if you save $27 a day, you'll save 10 grand in a year. So I tried to start doing that. And then
I had a gut shot straight draw. I had ace 2 3 4, and I folded because I was like, the 5 probably won't come out because the 5 came out on the turn next time, and a 5 freaking came out.
I wonder if you have a way to show your hands on the screen.
I don't know if you can see it.
Got you.
There, you can't see anything but the blurs. It's okay. I'll get stream snipes.
You know, and then very quickly, like within a few weeks, I started getting into finance YouTube, and I was like, wait, I'm trying to save $27 a day. What if I just invest $27 a day into the S&P 500? So I started doing that for 3 weeks. And then I got onto Bitcoin after that. And I was like, wait, I have like $600 in the S&P 500 at this point. Let me just buy some Bitcoin with it. So I sold my S&P 500 on Cash App at the time, and I bought Bitcoin. That $600 worth of Bitcoin turned into $1,300 over the next, few weeks. that was when Tesla was buying Bitcoin, and Tesla was accepting Bitcoin as payment. And then I was watching Ben's
Love it,
channel, and I
Brick.
was watching Crypto Jeb,
Dang.
and I was like,
Sorry, Trent. I folded
Oh, you're
6-2 because he raised, and I had just had minimum bet in there, and he's disconnected right now. I folded 6-2, and I called and folded his raise, and 2-6 came out on the flop.
So I was watching Ben, I was watching Crypto Jab, and I was started to get into altcoins. I was like, wait, let me sell my Bitcoin for some Ethereum, ADA, some other coins at the time. I bought Ren for a little bit, not Render, but Ren, and I got rid of that and converted it to ETH. But it's all part of the journey, and that's when I got into the market, was in 2021. So when 2022 came, and all of the contagion, as we called it, and Three Arrows Capital was going down, and Celsius was going down, and BlockFi, and what else? There was another one.
BlockFi. Dude, I remember BlockFi. George peddled BlockFi so hard. I remember getting a BlockFi account and stuff.
Did you ever watch a girl that lived in Puerto Rico? Her channel was called Mariah Monetize.
No.
No? It was pretty interesting. Oh, Gemini didn't go down, I don't think.
Gemini's, they didn't go down, but their DeFi went down.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. And then, FTX was the end of it. And what was funny was that, the FTX collapse in November of 22 only pushed Bitcoin down another $1,500 or so, and that's what bottomed it. Like, it's funny, like, everything else that it had been through, the FTX collapse couldn't like give a big collapse. That's how we knew that it was the bottom. Anyways, seeing all of that happen in 2022, it makes me wonder, like, if we're still on the traditional cycle, it makes me wonder what kind of stories we're going to see next year. Dude, Soul dropped to $10. Yeah, I was watching it at $9 and change.
I remember $7, and I said I wasn't going to buy it till $5.
I talked myself out of buying 100 Solana at $9.
Man.
I know.
I was going to put, I can't remember. I think I was going to put 500 into Solana at $5. And I was watching Wendy O, and that's what she said. $5, I'll put some money into it. I'm like, okay, well, maybe I'll do it. Well, turns out, I don't think Wendy O's a very good trader. And in fact, I think she was listening to other people.
Yeah, I mean,
Orca is pumping. You ever heard of Orca Protocol?
No.
It's the Orca exchange. It's like OpenSea, but it's up 65%. And to list your tokens on there or whatever you launch, you have to pay like $200,000. Like they don't list rinky-dink things. Sorry, Chan. You've been trying to get your thought out, and I've been.
Oh no! I pretty much finished it. It's just like, if we're still on the traditional cycle, like, I wonder what kind of stories we're going to see next year.
One second, I got it.
Like, how bad they're going to be,
Yes, I got the straight. I'm gonna slow play it too. You guys think Sol will flip ETH? I do. I don't know if it'll be this run though.
Not this year. No.
How close is it? Hey, tell me the market cap difference.
I'll pull it up right now.
I got straight.
So Ethereum is coming in. Oh my god, Ethereum is. Ethereum is coming in at $188 billion right now. For reference, guys, Cardano got over $100 billion in 2021. Well, actually, sorry, it got to like 96 billion, but that's wild to me. I mean, XRP is in shooting range of flipping it.
Hey Trent, Sarah wants you to say hi to Zekers.
Oh yeah.
Come here, Zekers. Guys, this is Zekers.
Hi.
Zeke. He wants the microphone. We'll lift it up so you can look at the camera. Hey, Zekers. Good job, Zeke. Good job. Yeah, the foot.
Yeah.
The foot.
Is he
Hi, Trent.
is he a little Bitcoin whale already?
I launched him. Yeah, little Bitcoin whale. All right, so what did you say the market caps were for Sol and
Wait, Molly wanted to see.
Oh, she's gone.
No, bring him
you have
back.
to go rewind it, Molly. Go watch it. 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Oh my god. Whatever.
Ben is king of hidden paid advertisements and pump and dumps. Well,
That's such a longer conversation and a deeper dive than just saying that.
Yeah, like I mean, look, he's misunderstood for sure, but is what it is. Same here. I will say he's
This is such a rich conversation we would love to have.
Yeah, he's the most misunderstood person in crypto.
Yeah, and I can only say that because lots of reasons. There are lots of reasons. I agree with Trent. He's the most misunderstood person ever.
Well, and it's no secret at this point. You're in a Pluto Alliance
versus 188
poker game at this point.
You know, I actually think with those numbers, I could see Sol flipping. Could flip ETH. Could flip. Because I see ETH's top around 75 to 12,000. And I see Sol's top between $1,000 and $2,000.
Yeah, I don't think it happens this year.
I'm saying it could. It could happen.
Yeah, well...
I don't know if it will.
Yeah.
I'll put it on a coin toss. I'm a 50-50 if Sol will pass it.
Yeah. I think my dog got hair all over my shirt. You can see it on the camera.
I know that didn't come from you.
From me?
Yeah.
I have a bunch of little white hairs.
I can't tell with the colors on the camera.
He was part of a crazy wave, let's say. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah. You know, it's a can of worms. $62 billion sold. I don't think it happens this year.
You know who I think could be a king of pump and dumps? I think Crypto John could be the king of pump and dumps.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Have you seen the YouTube videos, dude?
I haven't. I don't know. I don't know
Crypto John and look
I don't know
up
anything about what I'm talking about on that topic. So.
Oh my goodness, there was like a ginormous rabbit trail of like a weave of information that does not look good.
Remember when we were doing the spreadsheet?
Oh yeah, yeah.
He always called coins, and then all of a sudden they would go like crazy high. You remember that? We tracked that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. He
said John, right? Not
John. Yeah, John. Yeah.
Also, Crypto John, he references these not ledger but cold storage wallets that nobody's ever heard of before. Like, I've never heard of it. And he's like, hey, check these out in these boxes. Well, a lot of the coins that he is being accused of pump and dumping are linked to those wallets that no one's ever heard of.
Whoa.
Yeah, and like he showed some of his wallet addresses, and that's how people found him. And then like he'd do things where he would Google stuff, but he like the Google search had the memory of like recent searches. He's like, guys, I'm not this dude who doesn't do all this crap. And then if you looked at like he would Google searched in the settings where it shows the most recent searches, and he was slamming somebody and saying how he's not like him. It was like, is this person who's the most scammer? And then he'd go down and be like, is this person? Why is this person scammer? And he was claiming like evidence that he just Google searched. Dude, it's wild, bro. Like, I don't know how that guy grew. And then the dude who made the video was part of his premium Discord and used like his premium special privileges chat, and it was like connected to him to like dumping on his own people who paid for the Discord and paid for the premium membership.
Dang. Like, it seems like he came out of nowhere, which is how it happens, right? Like, no hate on that. Like, obviously, we're on here on YouTube, and we're hoping to do that. But, like, he came out of nowhere, and it's like he's just, it seems like he's, the production value is really low, which ours is too.
Well, did you watch
hate on that?
That Netflix show? It was about the crypto scammers. That Netflix TV show. I'm trying to remember. It's a movie. Anyways, in that show, like they came out and they had all these partnerships with celebrities. It was like a Visa debit card, but they forged Visa signature. Visa's like, oh, we don't have anything to do with you guys, and they had to take it off and all this other stuff. But it was like they were scammers, and then they were like, dude, we could actually do this, and then they tried to become a legit business along the way. And it was like it almost that makes me think of Crypto John. Like he wanted to be real, but he started not in a good light, and then kind of rolled with it too far until.
What a good point. JG just said. Anyway, the president does it now. Crime is legal. Everybody, it's such a tough philosophical thing because a free market is a free market, right? Like, why should anybody?
Well, I think it's only illegal if the president sells it.
Yeah, well,
right.
And here's the thing.
As long as he doesn't sell it, it's not illegal.
Yeah, here's the thing though. The SEC has like officially, and this is to JG's point, like the SEC has basically said they don't care what you do with meme coins. Like, you can be an influencer or an insider and pump and dump a meme coin, and they said they don't care. And Badio, yeah, he said the Department of Justice ain't looking into shit anymore. That's true. Like the SEC said that they don't care what you do with meme coins.
Who's the new head of that? Who's the new head of the Department of Justice?
I just looked at the name earlier. I forgot.
Well, also the thing too with meme coins, everybody buys meme coins.
Yeah.
Not the theory behind every meme coin is it's a meme coin, so you can't expect number go up. And I think that's where the SEC is like hiding behind, because they're like, hey, it's a meme. It's in the name. You bought that. You got yourself rugged. You took that risk.
And I sort of agree with that.
I do too. I 100% agree with it. Like, yeah, it's nice to have barriers, but at the same time, on the backside of it, I don't want the government to tell me what I can and can't do. They can go F off. I'm like, do your own diligence. If you're buying something that you don't understand, then don't put your life savings in it.
A free market is a free market. You're free to, you're not free to steal. Like, obviously, there's some limits here, but a free market is a free market, and you're free to get your butt handed
to you. If you want to be homosexual in the closet, then you go over there and you get reamed as much as you want. Just not in my house, in your house. You do it. Don't tell me about it. You go do your own thing in that corner. There. I don't care what you do over there, but this is my space right here.
Yeah, if you get if you get turned on getting wrecked by meme coins every day, then more power to you. Like, and if you're good at it and you and you're on the other side of it. You're making money off of it while other people are getting wrecked by it. Like, good for you too. It's a free market. Like,
Yeah, I've made money on meme coins, and I've been wrecked by meme coins. And right now I'm about even with meme coins.
Yeah, I also think it's a free market. Like, I think that applies to everybody. I think that applies to insiders too. The hard thing to mitigate is keeping like Congress people from writing laws in order to pump their bags. And like, I don't mind if they hold the assets. Like, I have a hard time with that one. As a libertarian, like, philosophically, like, why should they be banned from holding the assets?
I think there's some fine lines to it. Like Nancy Pelosi holding assets and being able to inside trade like crazy is wild, you know? But if I went into Congress or whatever, I'm like, and I was into crypto, should I sell everything that I held before I decided to do that?
No.
I'm like, probably not. But I don't. No. But it's like, can you keep buying? I think that like,
but can you not keep DCAing? Like, I mean, maybe
there should be a rule for that. Like, I think if you were bullish on that before going to Congress, you could keep buying on it, and then a law set in place be like, okay, if you're bullish on it, a year after that law that was good for that company, a year after that happened, you could go buy it. But I feel like if you just became bullish on it because of the laws you saw come across your desk, then no, I think you should wait a year.
Yeah,
before buying it. And but if you were bullish on it and you owned it before those laws came, I think it's okay to keep buying it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I have to look into these rules. I'm kind of making them up on a bottle and what it seems common sense to me.
Right. Dude,
that's true. He is true.
It's just.
But when do you sell your bags?
I lost all my gains for the day. Greed got me.
I mean, what if you were pumping your own bags, but you never sold them?
Right.
Is that bad? I think it's okay. If you don't sell your bags and you're pumping it, you're not saying, you're like, I think this company's good. Like you say, I think Microsoft's good. I own a shitload of it. Am I going to sell it? Probably not, because you are holding it till your retirement. Okay, whatever. I mean, yes. I don't know. It's kind of iffy. Yes, you're right. It's a thin line.
Yeah, like you obviously weren't insider trading.
You could say it's the year rule to be applied to that too. You know, you can pump it, or you can do a 5-year. You know, I think a 5-year rule would be a pretty good one. Like, if you didn't have it and you saw it come across your desk, you could wait a year after the law passed, and then 5 years to sell it. So after you saw that law, you won't be able to sell it for 5 years. Well, then you better be really bullish on it because you're betting that it's going to be around longer than 5 years.
Yeah, Ebadio said it. You know, you also shouldn't be forced to sit there and watch your money disappear. Like that's my thing. Like I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. Like, I'm a libertarian, and I believe in a free market. And
you know what would be a good thing to do, Trent? Sorry.
You're good.
It could be like ETFs, like S&P. You could buy S&P 100 as much as you want. Like, you could buy probably set baskets, and if it holds something that you're bullish on, then great. And that's how you can accumulate it. You know, instead of buying that one asset directly, you have to buy it in a basket.
Right.
Because typically, if it's a good project, it's already in the S&P 100 or 500. You know, who starts dibble-daddling in penny stocks? You know what I mean? Like, there should be a basket there.
Right. It's my issue is just that I think legislate. That's the safest route, like 401ks. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
There's a way to find a middle ground, but you know, from a libertarian perspective, like, just because someone is a legislator doesn't mean that they should be prohibited from accumulating assets. Insider trading is a problem, obviously.
Oh, Trent.
Huh.
I have one of the coolest garbage finds for you. I just realized it's sitting right next to me.
What?
Oh, I'll have to show you. But you want to take a guess? I might have to do it again later so JG can see if he's not still here. But also, I'm just excited. I'm going to show you this. So get this. So if you guys don't know, I'm a garbage guy. Check this out. I found this in, an old lady's house, and it came out right there on top. I was like, I had to get it. But look, it's still sealed. It's still sealed.
Molly, you gotta see this.
Oh my gosh.
But it's still sealed, Molly.
It's still sealed.
And I saw it, I was like, dude, I have to get it out. Like, you kidding me? It's some old lady, single old lady, dude. I was like, dude, this is an awesome find. Like, I would never use it. I would never open it, but it's sweet. Yeah, right?
Dude.
I was like, dude, that is so sweet. 2000? They probably have CD, what's the, not CD-ROMs? What's the freaking card in there? Not the SD cards, the E-ROM. What's the freaking floppy disk? I bet there's a couple of floppy disks in there. 16 megabits. Storage. I'm like, score, man.
Come back over here to the chart and see what's going on.
Yeah, man. Check this out, Ebadio. Frickin', I got this trophy. The other day I got me and Trent one. And I'm going to, there's a hole in the bottom of it where it was pegged to a wooden block. But I'm going to clean it up and weld the hole and turn it into a chalice for drinking beer on the show. So me and Trent can have one. Sucker's pretty heavy too, man.
I can't believe we got a humble sea guy on the stream. I stood at, did you see one of the first videos we put out? I want to get your guys' opinion on this too. Should we be clipping standalone beer videos or no? Obviously they get a little bit less traffic than the crypto stuff. But one of the first videos that we put out, I'm actually just going to share my screen.
Ebadio up. Yes, find out about the Ebadio. Check this out. A 1983 Red Ryder. I found this in the garbage too this week on Wednesday. It looks like it was in somebody's garage for a long ass time. Look at the freaking stock. It's clean. That's just some water from my trunk, but besides that, it'll dry out and it'll be clean. 1983.
So here's our YouTube studio analytics.
Shoot your eye out, kid.
Where am I at? We had videos. That's why.
Hey, wait till I show you. I got some other cool stuff I'm saving.
So we put out a whole Otter Romp video on this beer right here. Now, granted, my titles were not too good on these. That could be part of the problem. And also, my thumbnails were an issue that first week or so until Nesquik started helping us out. I don't know. Maybe I should get back to it. I don't know, but I got to find a more creative way to.
JG totally gets it. Hey, JG, do you ever hit up garage sales? I always like to go and look for Pokemon cards. You never know what you can find. Hey, do you guys, Ebadio or JG, do you guys collect cards? Either of you? You guys card collectors? Or gamers? Ebadio, check this out. I found this earlier this week. Well, there's one thing I found that it was on the stack of the other things. Trump family. There's one find I found in the garbage. That was on Wednesday. And then on Friday, today's route, in this rich ass neighborhood, found these for my kid. I went and grabbed my 360. Funny story happened. Yes, those are all Xbox games. They all have their discs. I was like, yeah! Gaming life, bro. There's some classics in there too. Screw the Connect games, though. The Connect games are always weird. I mean, I think I was like 13 or 14 when the Connect came out. I'm like, this is weird. I don't like imagining being on a dirt bike on water speed. I was like, this just doesn't feel weird. This feels weird. If you use your imagination.
Oh, it's like 5:30 already. Let's see that daily candle.
Did we hit it?
Yeah, we got that close. And the next guys, we closed
We
above
just closed it before it started wicking down.
the 21 EMA, and we closed above that blue downtrending line of resistance. So what I'm looking at now is let me reset my chart.
Nice, JG. Trent, we need like a page for finds on like Discord or Telegram or something so I can see what this ring that JG found. That'd be sick.
Yeah.
Fair finds for the week. You know, if you start doing these streams on Fridays at this time, I'm gonna have to. I'll have to join you from my truck.
Well, I'm still curious, like, because we didn't actually do it. Like, we hopped on today. I'm still curious what would happen if we actually just like put up the 1 minute chart or the 1 second chart with market cipher on it and just let it run.
I've been having it. Though, you know, it's weird. I don't quite understand how the 1 second chart works on Haikanashi, because I feel like it should be making a candle every second, right? Well, it doesn't. Look, I'll show you. So this is the 1 second, but why is it not making a candle every second? Like 1/1000 be a candle. 1/1000, 2. Oh, that did that time. 1/1000, 2/1000, 3/1000, 4/1000. That was almost 5. That was 4 seconds. So it's not quite the same. But it's really weird to look at it on like a 1 second chart compared to like a 1 minute chart. You ever seen those people who go into thrift stores, JG, and they use the LED glowing LED stuff and the purple light, and they look for radioactive plates and stuff from the old era? I watch that stuff on TikTok. Shit. Shoot. I mean, distract me from my poker hand.
Let's see.
It's a good tournament, man. I could win $300 in it, and I'm providing the money, so it's even better. Ebadio, one of the reasons why I couldn't quite get into what we were talking about earlier is that I'm the Pluto Alliance manager. So I don't know if you know what Pluto Alliance is, but if you did, you'd understand.
Buy bet. So we are crossing, the 21 EMA is crossing the 50 on the 4-hour chart.
I'll be right back.
And on the daily, see, we're even pushing back up. This next candle is starting to turn green. I would say if I'm going to draw a horizontal support line. I'm going to draw it right where the 21 EMA is at right now. And that's where I think that we retest is $82,600. And maybe we wick below, but I don't know. We have bullish divergence. We've broken the 21 EMA, and we've broken this downtrending line of resistance, this blue line that has 6 touches on it and broke on the 7th. I think if we have a retest, I think that we're coming back down here. And, my concern is that we pump over the weekend.
What?
And I kind of don't want to see another CME gap created over the weekend.
So what, Trent, where's the blue line land in 3 months from now, you think?
3 months from now?
But why would a blue line?
Well, 3 months from now, why would we'd still be in a bull run 3 months from now? Why would it go lower?
3 months from now, it would be May, June, July.
Yeah. I mean, I can try to keep drawing it down.
Freaking JG says he's going to go visit the 25-cent bin because he realized that when the ladies can't read what the stamp is, they just throw it into that drawer for 25 cents. That's a pretty good drawer. I'd spend my time there too. It's like when I go to Goodwill. Hey, another point of JG. When you go to Goodwill, always check the VHR section, the VHS section, because Cars, the movie, like the old Disney show, Cars, the cartoon, used is $5,000, and if you find it sealed, $15,000. I always go and check. It's the last movie they made on VHS. Another good thing to check too, JG, I'm giving you all my secrets, is the coin machines that people put the excess change in, the Coinstar or whatever, they can't read silver, so it spits it out the bottom. So if you walk by, just grab it. I don't care if it's Canadian coins or whatever. I'm telling you, 9 times out of 10, you'll pull a silver dime out of it. Dude, I've done it several times.
So let me go to the weekly. I think I can see what it is 3 months from now. If I go to the weekly and I try to draw this down further.
I got you.
July, April, May, June, July. That's about right. $51,000 or so.
You want another tip, JG? But you might laugh at me. I might have to go get you these. Okay. You keep going, Trent. I'm going to find the tip.
Yeah, I mean, if you drew that line down 3 months from now, it would be on the weekly chart. It would go deep into the 50s. Man, I don't think that happened. Like, this, I don't think we get past this bull flag that we had here.
Okay, JG. All right, tell me when you're ready.
Okay. Well, one second. Like I don't think we get past that flag, right? Which, yeah, I mean, until we're in a bear market next year, that makes my brain malfunction. So, I don't know. Take it away, Tyler.
Okay, so JG, here's another sweet tip for you. Me. Sorry, Badio, I'm going rapid trailing right now because me and JG we're bonding over treasure hunting right now. And if you have excess money lying around, you could go to your bank and you ask them for a box of $500 in half dollars. And why you do that is because half dollars aren't circulating anymore. So when you go there and you get a box of half dollars, you start opening them up. You'll get things like this. Ben Franklin's. I have over like 100 of these because I pull these silver dollars, half dollars, out of these boxes. Oops, I just dropped one. And the ones that are really nice, I have found some that haven't even circulated from like 1958. And my nice ones, I have in a special storage case. I've gone up to 9 silver dollars out of each box, which is way bigger than them dimes. And then you take the money, because it's technically money, and you go to the bank and you tell them, hey, I want to bring these in and deposit them. And then you just kind of keep the cycle going as they get new boxes in. It's a good tip, man. I'm telling you, you can make a lot of money shuffling silver, especially right now, because gold's up 32.50. I don't know, Trent, what's silver at?
I can look on TradingView.
Yeah, pull up on TradingView.
It's at $32 an ounce.
$32 an ounce?
Yeah.
That's pretty sweet. Hey, JG, you want to see what Biden bought me? I'm not going to show you unless you say something in the comments. You and Ebadio got to say something. If you guys say something, I'll show you something even more epic that Joe Biden got me. By the way, I saved my letter from Joe Biden from COVID because I knew everybody else was going to throw that one out. Everybody was going to keep the other stimulus check from Trump. So I was like, you know, I'm going to keep this one. I don't see Batty or you in the comments yet asking for the final thing. Well, I got JD in there. Where are you at, Evadio?
You gotta show him though, even if it's just one of them.
I do.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go get it.
Draw a horizontal line. I think that's the lowest we could go is these red lines right here. And sure enough, we wick right off of it.
You curious, Trent?
Yes, let me switch back over where I can see.
All right. So, thank you, Uncle Joe Biden, for my stimulus check. I'll show you what I bought, and it has done significantly well.
$100 troy ounce. Wow.
Look how thick that is.
It's 100 ounces of silver?
Yeah. Compared to the bottle cap.
Dang. What's 100 times 32?
I don't know. There you go. Compared to a bottle cap, though.
I mean, 100 times 10. Wait. I gotta get my calculator.
And look at this. So, I'll show you this too. So, Trent, you got to smash the like button. Look at this. That's me shaking the screen. This is me shaking the screen with the silver bar. I set it down. They are a lot heavier than you would imagine.
100 times 32 equals. Oh yeah, duh. That's $3,200.
A roll of polish.
It's $3,200. Like, I don't know. Is there a coin that you'd rather put that in? What do you think?
No.
No?
No.
Why?
Diversification.
What about Bitcoin?
I have Bitcoin. Diversification.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. What
You know
if
what silver and gold's true value is? You would understand.
what if you took that silver and you like got the equal amount of gold for that? Why wouldn't you do that?
Gold over
'Cause
silver?
gold's better than silver, right?
Yeah, but it's easier to lose a 1 ounce bar than it is a 100 ounce bar. You know, true. Silver from mining companies. Okay, so I'm not pulling shit out of my ass. Is mine's 9 times slower than gold out of ground because everybody goes for gold.
Yeah.
Silver is used in basically you could say AI because it's the fastest transmitter of electricity. So satellites use it. Everything uses it. It's industrial. Yes, gold is too, like with computer chips, but silver's the fine line of stuff that transmits the speed. Guess what everybody wants is speed. Guess what Amazon does? They want to deliver speed. We get it that day. Speed is where it's at. That's why I buy silver over gold.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
Gold's cool. I will buy gold someday.
Yeah.
But right now I have a bunch of silver.
Well, how you feeling? Where do you think we're at?
In the market? One second, I gotta play this hand. I have ace
No,
10 diamonds.
in the stream.
I think we're doing great. I'm enjoying it. This has been fun. We have 5 people watching. And I'm like, this is great. I don't know who the heck's watching because they're not in the chat, but they're watching, and we love every single one of you 5 people. I can fit you all in one hand, and that won't last forever.
Well, I think this thing is wrong. Like, I mean, if we go to the studio analytics, we've had 59. We've had 59 views since we've been up. And we've had 16 views in the last 60 minutes.
And you didn't expect me to come on either and interview.
Right. And we've had 26 hours of watch time, which is great. So let me share this tab with you.
Hey, does this make me look like a creeper?
I'm
wearing my hat like this.
A little bit. So here's what this tab is doing in studio. 59 views total, 16 in the last 60 minutes. You know, I don't know if
Wait, what did JG say?
let me see.
That's true, because gold, when you find it under the ocean, it looks brand freaking new and polished.
You know, I was
but still, it doesn't
buy
fast out of the ground. You want to buy gold at Costco?
Yeah, in like November, December, I forget when we were.
1 second, Sarah's calling me.
Yeah, in December, I was about to buy a bar of gold from Costco because they were selling it at a discount. And it seemed like a good deal. I was just, I don't know. I was just spending a lot of money over Christmas and stuff, and I didn't do it, but I really wanted to. Yeah, gold is the most stable of the two. Yeah, I kicked myself after that. I should have bought that bar of gold, but I forget. It was like 16. No, how much was it? It was a 1 ounce. It was a 1 ounce little bar of gold, and it was like a few $100s under the market rate at the time. That's why I really wanted to do it, but you know, I don't know. Christmas is a hard time for that because got so much stuff going on. Especially for me, I've traveled to Ohio for Christmas like every year since 2017. Maybe we took 1 year off, but let me see. So what I'm wondering is, yeah, we're gonna keep this going. You know, no pressure.
Trent,
Huh?
we got a bunch of cheaters in the Discord playing poker right now.
Why?
Because we have somebody who bought one alien and then shared it in a Discord of a bunch of people. So a lot of people are not verified playing the game because they gave them the password to get in.
Okay.
So this is what I'm going to do. I think I'll let the game play out. Obviously, I'm not going to give the unverified people the money. But people who win that are verified, that's great. And then I'll just use the next place prizes that could have gone to the verified for another bigger tournament.
Yeah. I'm gonna take like a little 5-minute break. I gotta go pee and stuff.
Go pee?
Well, you know. Got this.
No, I don't know.
This otter romp. This humble sea is running through me, so.
Oh my gosh, you freaking serious? Wow. Give me 1 second. Guys, I have to take care of the Discord there. Upset right now. Trent. There's a crypto poker dude named Gerhard. I watch his YouTube. Sometimes he seems quite smart. Well, let me see that. I'm kind of curious if that guy's even in our game because he kind of recognizes it. I watch a bunch of people play poker. I love it, man. By the way, JG, I play poker. Like, sometimes we don't stream on Saturdays or Fridays. Fridays or Saturdays. I haven't figured out which one it is. It's like every 3 weeks I play, and out of the 9 times I think I've gone, I've won 5 of them or 6 of them. And it's a tournament cash game, so it's like you buy in. I love it, man. It's freaking great. Especially when you get a bunch of guys drinking beer, smoking cigars, and having a good time. That's when you just kind of slip in. You have 1 or 2 just to mellow out, keep the nerves down, and then you just destroy their house. Does he play online? Trent, before you left, 5 minutes before you went to the bathroom, I think you touched your mic with your finger.
Oh, hello.
I just want to let you know, I know that you left and came back and then you left, but I haven't heard you for probably at least 22 minutes.
Sorry, I'm here now. I'm here now. I was just saying, this has to be the guy, right, Gerhard? I was just wondering. I was just saying that he has 135K subs, whatever. It's pretty good.
Gerhard?
But yeah, I was just wondering, if.
Well, because JG said he never saw him play poker. He
Yeah.
just only saw him play crypto. I'm like, is he a poker player or is he a crypto player? Now I'm confused.
Yeah, I don't know. Huh. Well, so here's where I just know he played pro for some reason. That's pretty dope. You come back over here to trading view, share this tab instead. So refresh.
The nice thing though about people cheating in poker, it makes my chat really active. Yeah, obviously I'm gonna take care of it. Duh. That's the first thing I'm gonna do. And yes, I have a plan.
I know, sorry.
Molly, you don't need to apologize.
I know.
Don't apologize, Molly. You're great. I knew you before I knew Trent, so that's how I knew Trent was a good guy. I knew you were a nice person.
So here's where I'm at. I think that I'm gonna hop off, but we've been at this for 3 hours. And hey, props to JG and Ebadio, especially JG. JG's been with us from the moment we hopped on. That's crazy.
I think JG might be earning that role for the first mod for the chat.
Yeah.
I don't know what that comes with, but just the fact that Algebro growing, believe it or not, I feel like we've been growing pretty quick for how long have we been going at this trend? For a month, and we have 72 subscribers, and I don't have any plans on quitting. I'm going to do this every single time with you, man.
Yeah.
And the fact that JG's been around, he's the first OG that's stuck with us. I'm thinking that he's starting to earn a ratchet.
Yeah, for sure. So here's and JG, let us know in the comments if you want a wrench. I know it might seem silly because there's no one else here yet. That's not true though. We have 72 subs, we've had almost 4,000 views on the channel, and we're building. We're gonna get there. Yeah, so let us know in the chat if you want a wrench. We'll give it to you. But I think right now for this stream,
We
I think
might
I'm
end up
gonna
giving
hop.
to you eventually, anyways. Even if you don't want it, just because we know that
Yeah,
you're a good guy and you'll keep those fricks out.
right.
So,
I I think that we're gonna be okay to hop off. Like, I'm coming over here to studio. Let me see. We have this sharp line right here, 61 views. Like, it's gonna keep growing even after we end. And the real question is, like, we have three options. Either we end right here, and um and you can go until you're ready to end, or we end right here and we leave your market cipher chart up on the 1 minute and play some rock music behind it, and I'll come back in an hour and decide whether to end it or not, or we just end it. I think those are our three options.
what did you say? Sorry, I was.
Oh, you're good.
I was.
Well,
Oh.
I was basically saying here are the three options we have. Well, let me go back now that you're looking. So I think we have three options. We have this, we've done pretty good right here on views, and especially watch time. That's killing it. We have three options. We can either end right here completely. Number one. Number two, I end right here and you keep going for a little bit, and then maybe later I hop back on or whatever. Or number three, we put your market cipher chart up with the 1 minute. He thinks I'm just lonely and obsessed with crypto. But I found some crypto friends to hang out with. For sure, you too.
You too, man.
Or, we probably...
when did you get into crypto, JG?
I think that's him saying that he wants a wrench, by the way. Let's give it to him. So, our third option is we leave your market cipher chart up on the 1 minute, and I'll check back in an hour.
That's a good plan to me.
I think it's either that or we just end it and call it a win. What do you think?
I don't mind checking back in an hour.
Okay. So do me a favor and grab your market cipher chart and put it up for the 1 minute.
Or do you want the 1 second? Well, 1 minute probably work better.
Do you have the 1 second? You don't have the 1 second unless you pay for like.
I do. I got it all, bro. I have.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. I have you do it on Black Friday. I paid like $100 and I got the $130. I had the best possible trading view you can get.
Oh, dude, put that 1 second up and I'll put some rock music behind it.
Or the 5 second might be better too, because the 1 second I've noticed isn't always 1 second. Sometimes it'll be like 4 seconds.
Right.
Also, with the 1 second, if it rockets up and out of the screen, I have to come back and check up on it.
Yeah, put like the 5, 10, or even 15 second on. And I'll share your screen.
I'll do the 15. And then what you do, Trent, is we do this.
Right. And that's the 15 second?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Heck yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to come to media assets. I'm going to change this to rock. So what we're both going to do right now is we're going to black our cameras, and we're going to black our cameras and mute our microphones, and we'll leave this up, and I'll text you.
That sounds good, man.
All right.
I'll talk to you later. See you in an hour.
Talk to you later. Stop Mike. Me.
Later, DG. We'll be back in a little bit. How's the help with it?
Because it means that I have means to go. I have means to damage.
And we're going up, and away. We had divergence here. Dang, I needed that guy.
Yes. Yes, I did need that guy. This guy.
Hey, you want any of these?
Sure. I think Alpazar.